joining us here today. If you do intend to speak, we ask that you fill out a public participation card. Those are provided there in the front. We've got a few things on the agenda before we get to that, but want to let you know ahead of time. Thank you. Ready to go? Good. Good evening, everyone. Today is August 3rd, 2026. It is 6 o'clock p.m. We are at the Cape Canaveral City Council special meeting. I call this meeting to order. We're holding this meeting at 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral, Florida, in the City Hall Council Chambers. And with that, Councilmember King, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Here. Councilmember King. Here. Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Shariak.
Here.
And Councilmember Willis.
Here.
City Council, thank you all for being here. We have a full council, our city staff, and members of the community. Again, thank you. This time, City Manager, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for agreeing to meet this evening for your second of what will no doubt be several more budget workshops in advance of the budget adoption process. And as you know, tonight we need to set a tentative millage rate. Before we get into the heart of the meeting, I do want to say that the agenda was updated to what was previously circulated to the public. We have several items under discussion which will be viewable to the screen and to the folks that are watching from home. And I want to begin the meeting by issuing another statement similar to what I did on the 21st workshop. It's important that we put to rest some untruths that have been circulated in the community. And so I want to start by saying that since notifying the community about our budget deficit and subsequent requests for a law enforcement investigation during the City Council's first budget workshop on July 21st, I received several inquiries about why the Brevard County Sheriff's Office was asked to investigate and not the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Office of the State Attorney, or the Florida Attorney General. It has been suggested that the city manager, it has also, I should say, been suggested that the city manager does not have the authority in the city's charter to request such an investigation, and that authority is vested only with the city council. As mentioned in my initial statement on the 21st, the purpose of requesting an independent investigation into the financial operations of the city of Cape Canaveral is not to target any individual or presume that criminal activity or official misconduct has occurred. The objective is to establish the facts, identify any deficiencies in financial practices or internal controls, and determine if any violations of law, policy, or ethical standards occurred. Like all investigations, this one will follow the evidence wherever it leads and ultimately either substantiate or dispel concerns. According to our charter, the City Council, quote, may make investigations into the affairs of the city and the conduct of any city department, office, or agency, and for this purpose may subpoena witnesses, administer oaths, take testimony, and require the production of evidence, end quote. And this can be found in Code Section 2.09, labeled investigations. The operative word in this code is may. Council may. The City Council's primary role is to establish policy, adopt the budget, and provide legislative oversight of municipal government. While the council may direct administrative reviews, retain outside auditors, or exercise its oversight responsibilities through public meetings, it is neither trained nor equipped to conduct a criminal investigation, should that be where this inquiry leads. And that would be the same for any city council. In contrast, the city manager serves as the city's chief administrative officer and is responsible for the proper administration of municipal operations, safeguarding public resources, and addressing credible concerns involving the conduct of city business. When information reasonably suggests that an independent law enforcement review is appropriate, the city manager has the administrative responsibility to refer the matter to the appropriate investigative agency rather than attempt to investigate potential criminal conduct internally. The decision to request an independent law enforcement investigation was made in consultation with all council members. Among the available agencies, the Brevard County Sheriff's Office is well positioned to conduct an initial independent investigation. As the county's primary local law enforcement agency, the Sheriff's Office has jurisdiction, experienced financial crimes investigators, and the ability to begin collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, and reviewing records promptly. Its local presence generally allows for a timelier response than agencies with statewide responsibilities. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement possesses substantial expertise in public corruption and complex financial investigations, but typically focuses on matters involving statewide significance, multi-jurisdictional activity, or cases requiring specialized state resources. The Office of the State Attorney serves as the prosecuting authority, reviewing evidence gathered by law enforcement and determining whether criminal charges are warranted, rather than functioning as the primary investigative agency. While the office does employ trained investigators, locally they do not have any with the credentialing this investigation would require. Finally, the Florida Auditor General conducts financial and complex audits to promote accountability and identify weaknesses in governmental operations, but it is not a criminal investigative agency. For these reasons, requesting the Brevard County Sheriff's Office conduct an independent fact-finding investigation is an appropriate and measured first step. If evidence ultimately reveals no wrongdoing, the investigation can restore public confidence by resolving questions through an objective process. If violations of law or official misconduct are identified, the Sheriff's Office can coordinate with the State Attorney, FDLE, or other appropriate agencies, if necessary, to ensure the matter is handled within their respective authorities. On a personal note, for those who do not know my background, I have 36 years of law enforcement service at 2 Florida municipalities, with nearly 1/3 of those years as a police chief. I have extensive experience working with local sheriff's offices, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the Office of the State Attorney, and I relied on that experience in conjunction with my knowledge of city finances when deciding to ask the Brevard County Sheriff's Office to investigate. I have full confidence in their ability to conduct a thorough, fair, and impartial investigation, and I certainly have the authority to ask them to do that. I would now like to address misinformation regarding truths entrusted to the management. I would now like to address misinformation regarding funds entrusted to the management of past and present City of Cape Canaveral employees that is allegedly missing or unaccounted for. At no time has the City of Cape Canaveral, in any official capacity, stated or concluded that any funds entrusted to the care, custody, or management of any past or present employee are missing. I'm going to say that again. At no time has the City of Cape Canaveral, in any official capacity, stated or concluded that any funds entrusted to the care, custody, or management of any past or present employee are missing. That has never come from a city employee. What has been stated is the City of Cape Canaveral has engaged in deficit spending for the last 15 years, to the point where it has exhausted its reserves. Deficit spending occurs when expenditures, whether planned or unplanned, exceed recurring revenues. What has also been stated is the city of Cape Canaveral has projected a budget deficit of approximately $4 million next fiscal year. The task before the city of Cape Canaveral is to balance its 2027 budget and implement a plan to restore its reserve fund balance to an ordinance-defined level. A deficit by itself is not evidence of any wrongdoing, but determining whether wrongdoing occurred requires an objective review of financial records, transactions, internal controls, applicable laws, and the facts surrounding the city's financial decisions. An independent investigation should focus on establishing what happened, why it happened, whether laws or policies were violated, and whether any individuals are accountable based on the evidence. Now, I make this statement knowing fully well that it doesn't sit well that we've asked law enforcement to investigate our finances. I understand that completely, and so does this council. But I hope this statement, in conjunction with the statement that I made on the 21st, puts any issues to rest about why this investigation is being conducted by our sheriff's office, and that the fact that there's nothing been said about money missing. I encourage people to pursue the truth, not search out social media for answers. You'll get your information from this dais and from the office of the city manager. And with that, Mayor, I yield to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. This time, I don't have any cards for public participation, but if you do intend to speak, we got one there. I'm going to just go over a few things. Public participation, we have 3 minutes here. The lights, when they go green, starts the clock, and then when it's yellow, there's about 30 seconds, and we ask that you wrap up when the light goes red. We do ask that audience members please complete the speaking cards, as we've said. And then after I recognize you, we want you to please speak at the podium into the microphone. Please speak clearly and state your address and all remarks directly to the council. We do ask you give your name clearly and resident address so that we can capture that in the minutes. We do ask that you do not make any impertinent or slanderous remarks or become boisterous while addressing the council. And then citizens or interested party speaking or as an authorized representative are asked to advise the council of the name, person, or group or business or organization being represented. And then please, we ask that you be aware that council members, our city manager, city attorney, and staff are not required to respond to persons addressing the council. But as you know, we as a council certainly can in the event we feel that it's important. Obviously, no fighting, yelling, or anything that would constitute unprofessional. We do ask any audible electronic devices please be kept off, and those noises are prohibited. We will enforce the rules, but also remain flexible as we always have, and we ask that you understand these are not preferences. These are our codes, section 2-28 and 286. As you know, the culture of this council, we appreciate public participation. We encourage it, and we are very thankful that you're here today. And so with that, if I can continue the speaker card, thank you. Mr. Steve Hepp.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Steve Hepp. I live at 8730 Clara Elizabeth Lane. I want to start out by saying I love living in Cape Canaveral. I've owned property here for 22 years. I have every respect for people that are willing to serve on the council. I have every respect for city staff and anybody that's willing to volunteer to take on the challenges and the crap that we, the citizens, like to give you. I've served on a condominium board for almost 30 years, both in Ohio and here in Florida. During that time, to put it in language that is more of the dollar levels I'm used to, the complex I live in now, only 20 units, we have an annual expense of about $120,000 a year. We've never been asked by our manager to approve a budget that's 10 or 20% less than that and use reserves. We've never been asked to approve a budget of $120,000, even though that's our expenses. We approve a budget with another 10 to 15% on top of that. We've always done that. And when a problem comes along, we have money left over. But I just wanted to remind you of a statement I remember a prominent Washington politician made, said, "We in Congress don't have a spending problem, we have a paying for it problem." I'll paraphrase that to say, looks like the folks in Cape Canaveral have had a spending problem for the last 10 or 15 years, and now we, the citizens, have a paying for it problem. But I appreciate the efforts that you guys are going to make, and I'm confident you can do a great job and maintain the dignity and the prosperity of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hepp. I believe we got another card?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the last card I have, and so if anyone does intend to speak, please come forward, Mr. James Kasprowski. Thank you, James.
I was just, I used to live here about 17 years ago. I just moved back, and I noticed that the community center has like different structures with the pay and everything like that. And it's kind of like, I feel like you could earn more money with that place by lowering it to get more people in, like lowering the cost of the membership. I feel like the tier thing really confuses people. And if you guys get the programs to get more insurances accepted, you'll be able to make more money off it. And you get to offer more programs like boxing, you know, a whole bunch of stuff. But I feel like also, I don't know how we'd go about doing this, but I don't know if it would be legal. But if we could, if there's any way, like people could volunteer, like to work like a couple shifts a month, and that would take some money off to get like one of the memberships for Cape Canaveral residents. But that's all I really have to say. And like all that space out front, like all the space that's out in front in the park, like I talked to my mom and she said you guys only use that like once in a while. I feel like if you have more community events, like maybe like a festival, you could earn like easily a couple $100,000 off a nice event to have like, what do you call that, Ferris wheels and stuff like that. And I know you do the first of the month thing, which is really cool, but you know, there's ways to, we have the beach and people who want to come from Merritt Island. The more community events that you have, you could charge. But the community center is like a big thing. I feel like the pay thing is weird, the way they have it split up. And like I myself would be willing to volunteer a couple shifts a month, you know, 8-hour shifts, and that'll take money off to get a membership. And I think it could be totally illegal if you fill out the application, like, you know what I mean, trained on the system. But just something to think about. I don't know. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you. James, what was your address? I'm sorry.
205 Pierce Avenue.
Appreciate you. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? That's all the cards again that I have, and if not, we will go ahead and close public participation. And for those of you in the past, like I said, we welcome public participation. If you stick with us tonight and you hear us talk, we do have to take action, but perhaps if time permits at the end, we really expressed a desire to hear the public at our last meeting. And so sometimes after you hear us discuss and talk, things might come to mind, and I just want you to rest assured that unless the council opposes at the end, we might have an opportunity to give us some comments and feedback. So thank you again for being with us. So with that, we'll go ahead and close public participation. We're moving down to item number 6, which is a discussion. We've got a series here, 6.1 through 6.4. This is our city manager. First one is titled Update on the Fiscal Year 26-27 Budget Calculations. It's our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And we do have an updated PowerPoint presentation to give the council to go through these next 4 items to go over, what has changed since our last workshop. So you're armed with the current information prior to making a decision under item 7, the proposed millage rate. So I'm going to turn the microphone over to Joey, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Hello, Council. We'll be going over this presentation now. So throughout this presentation, we'll be going over 4 primary things. We'll be going over the updates of the upcoming fiscal year 27 budget. We'll be going over an interfund loan, the possibility of one. We'll be going over a potential utility rate study. And lastly, we'll be going over our unassigned fund balance restoration plan. So to summarize the budget that we've put forward with all of the updates, as you can see, we show each fund on the left, the revenues and expenses for each fund, and the difference on the right. As of now, the general fund is showing more expenses than revenues of $3,929,399. That number used to be $4,035,000. That number has come down roughly $106,000 since the last budget workshop we had, and we will dive a little more into that number in a further slide. Since the primary reason for this budget workshop is the general fund, I'll mainly just go over the general fund right now. So I'll move on to the next slide. This slide shows the reserve requirements for the city. The unassigned reserve policy for the general fund that we're shooting for is 20%. So here I show our audited unassigned fund balance as of the end of our fiscal year 2025, our projected unassigned fund balance for the end of the current fiscal year we're in, which is the one ending in 2026, and as of now, our projected fund balance, unassigned fund balances in the future as well. We can see our unassigned required reserve. Our updated number is 3.5 million, rounding, it's 3.6 million. So that will be our goal number that we will shoot for. So a summary of our general fund revenues. Our general fund has total revenues of $16 million. I will let council look at this slide, and again at the end we can always come back to any of these slides. I will go on to the next slide now. A summary of the general fund expenses. In the bottom right, you can see our general fund expenses are that $20,154,374, broken up by department and categories such as personnel, operating capital, and other. I will keep going. This slide shows some of the changes since our last preliminary budget. As you can see, the general fund deficit went down from that previous roughly 03 million to what's now about 3.93 million. That's a change of about 106,000, made up of a number of factors. and some of the other funds changed as well. Please let me know if you'd like to spend any more time on this slide, or I'll just keep going.
Yeah, I think going through and then the council at the end, we can come back to any slide. That works well for us. Thank you.
Okay. So we're getting into the next portion of this presentation, the part where we talk about the idea of an interfund loan. We're proposing a potential loan from the Stormwater Fund, which is has a healthy fund balance, from the Stormwater Fund to the General Fund for about 20 years, just annual principal plus interest. Again, we have some of the details. The whole purpose of this loan is to help rebuild the General Fund reserves, specifically the unassigned reserves. So now we'll get into another section of this presentation where we'll talk about utility studies. So back in 2022, the City of Cape Canaveral had a utility rate study. The scope of that utility rate study looked into wastewater prices and some reclaimed water prices, but not stormwater rates. The City of Cape Canaveral is looking into a new utility rate study in the future, which we want to take a comprehensive review of our wastewater, stormwater, and reclaimed rates, so we can fund future capital projects and have a very sustainable future in those funds. So now we will be getting to the last portion of this presentation, where we talk about the millage rates for compliance with the city's fund balance policies. So, pursuant to the city policy 2-210, the general fund's required to maintain an unassigned fund balance of 20% of operating expenditures. City staff's calculating operating expenditures as personnel services and operating expenditures, excluding capital expenditures and other finance uses and transfers. So personnel plus operating expenditures add up to $17,922,000. So 20% of those operating expenditures is going to be $3.5 or $3.6 million. So that is the goal number for the city to be in compliance with the city's fund balance policy. So in order for the city to be in compliance with this fund balance policy, the millage rates required over 2 years, in order to be back in compliance over 2 years, would be a millage rate of 7.0344 in the first year. And if Amendment 3, which would change the city's taxable value, if that takes effect, the city would then have to accordingly increase the millage rate to get the same amount of revenue in the future. So that could potentially go up to 7.8358 the following year. The idea we're trying to get across is, as the budget's proposed, in order to bridge the budget gap, which is currently $3.9 million, and to make up that $3.6 million in reserves that we need over 2 years, we would roughly need an additional revenue of $5.7 million each year. Therefore, the millage required is 7.0344 in the upcoming year. I'll move on to the next slide. So we briefly mentioned the amendment number 3. The effects of amendment number 3 would bring down the city's ability to generate revenue at the same millage rate. So if the city loses property tax value, the ability to tax on that value, the city would therefore have to to gain the same revenue, would have to increase property taxes in the future. And here are some estimates of the impacts if Amendment Number 3 passes. Brevard County has an estimation where in the first year they're going to lose, or the city of Cape Canaveral could potentially lose $730,000. And then in the second year, Brevard County projects up to $920,000. There was a Florida Revenue Estimating Conference where they also made an estimation, and they predict potential even more losses for the city. So the point we're trying to get across here are the potential effects if Amendment Number 3 takes effect. Oh. And we'll go back to that slide. Oh. And that was the second to last slide on this presentation. And the last slide on this presentation is a large table showing the combined millage rates and the related estimated additional revenue to the city.
Can you go full screen on that? Maybe down at the bottom. There you go.
We went over this slide in the previous budget workshop. And if you have any questions on this slide or anything we've gone through so far, please ask them. This is the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much. And so understanding this discussion item 6.1, 2, 3, and 4 is just the sections of this entire presentation that we receive. Excellent. Council, I think that this is helpful. Obviously, a lot of numbers and information to work off of, but, and I think it's important to state, we have a discussion item here. We needed to work through it. The reason for the special meeting is coming up. We do have our public hearing for Resolution 2026-09, the proposed millage rate adoption. So this information, plus I think all of us have been working to prepare for this. It's legally required. I believe tomorrow is the deadline for us to submit, and then trim notices will go out. I want to emphasize there will be 2 more public hearings after that. That is not a final millage rate that we'll be voting in. It's the proposed, and we can decrease from there. If we were going to set a rate and went back and increase, we would have to, my understanding is, fund the mailing and postage of the trim notices. So tonight we're trying to understand where the numbers are, the budget, everything ties in to set this rate. And thank you so much, Joey. No particular order. Any questions? We can go back to any slide, work through it.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
that Amendment 3, the reference to Amendment 3 is the property tax on homestead exemption. A lot of people aren't familiar with the term Amendment 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
Joey, for every $500,000 that we could reduce from expenditures, what would the impact be to the millage rate?
I would need a second to calculate that.
Okay, all right.
Your question, Councilmember Willis, if you don't mind, state it again, is?
For every $500,000, every $500,000 that we could reduce from expenditures, what would be the direct impact to the millage rate?
So we're showing 20 million in expenses. If we went down to 19,500,000,
Yeah,
how
what would that be?
I see. Thank you.
That would take a little more than 1 minute to calculate.
That's fine, that's fine. I don't expect you to do it off the top of your head.
I have a question.
But just if you could get back to us at some point.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Thank you, Joey, for all you're doing for us with this. This is great information for us to have. I appreciate you. On the slide that is the estimated calculation if based on 2-year restoration if Amendment 3 is adopted, and we've got that projected that taxable value for this year. The next slide shows us the effects ongoing year after year. And in the Florida Revenue Estimating Conference for like FY 2028, 29, 29, 30, I mean, when we look at 2030 to 2031, it's almost doubling that amount. How are they calculating that increase in the loss of revenue that we'd have?
Unfortunately, I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay, because we would have to have a major shift in property values or a major amount of development, and we're at 90% developed out in our city. So I'm curious what if they're plugging in numbers for us that are in a city that may be larger in those projections. So I was just curious if could you find out for us for the next budget meeting?
I could look into that, definitely. To that note, the Brevard County Property Appraiser specifically calculated those projections to the city of Cape Canaveral.
Mm-hmm. And their numbers are lower, or for the second year. Mm-hmm. And so then the Florida's estimation, and we don't have their numbers for 2029 and 2030, but I think they're probably closer to being correct, knowing our county better, because I'm not sure that those numbers for Florida would be applicable for our area since we're 90% built out. So.
No, that's a good question. Yeah, I think if we were able to get into that data and whatever assumptions they were using would be helpful to know. You know, my thought is Amendment 3 is real. I mean, it's going to be on the ballot this November. It would not go into effect until the following fiscal year. So it would be the 2027-2028 budget, which needs to be adopted by September of 2027. So we're almost a year out. We've got to keep our head out of the sand, eyes wide open, and understand this is a reality. But at the same time, I think I'm not sure if we should be setting a rate, and I think we're going to have to cross that bridge if it happens at that time. That's just my initial thoughts, but it's crucial that we understand what's potentially coming. Councilmember Shoriat? Oh, that's fine. Thank you. A couple of questions. The study that we, as it relates to the utility rate study, I don't know the slide. It was 2022 we got that study completed, and I don't think we took action on implementing any rate increases. Is that right?
We actually did. Back in 2022, it was a proposed rate change for the next 5 years, and the conclusion that council at that time came to was we will set these rates now for the next 5 years. They'll change at a percentage each year over the next 5 years. And also staff will bring some analysis to those rates each year. So right. To answer your question, yes, we did implement a change in rates over the past 5 years for the wastewater utility rates.
Excellent. And so the need, which is a line item budgeted in this year's, is to get another study done to explore the stormwater portion. Is that?
That is correct. To explore the wastewater as well as the stormwater and the reclaimed rates. Over the past 5 years, we have not increased stormwater or reclaimed rates.
I think the reclaim, it was 10 years ago, probably even longer, they did a resolution, maybe your city attorney might recall, that incrementally increased. It was like a 20-year forward-looking, that it would automatically increase, but it is very insignificant. I mean, I think we were, at one point, reclaimed water was no charge. Then they decided to start charging the council at that time, probably $3 or $4 per month. Shows up on our water bills. And today, I think it's almost to $10 per month. But it sounds like if we wanted to go further, the study could benefit. And the big question is we cannot adjust the stormwater rates unless we invest in a study. Is that correct?
That is the sound philosophy. A third party will do a in-depth, comprehensive analysis.
Okay.
And take into account all types of expenses. And our wastewater and stormwater funds are enterprise funds, so they do have more of an ability to match their rates to afford the expenses to run those funds.
What did we have last year for reclaimed water revenues? I think it was like $80,000 a few years back. Is that's going to show up in obviously the enterprise fund? And city attorney, am I on the right train of thought? Didn't a resolution get passed, or an ordinance of some sort, because it is utility rates? I think it would have to be an ordinance, being a utility rate. That had like a 20-year incremental automatic increase.
I don't recall on that utility fund, no. I was trying to look something up on the code. I can't find it at the moment, but I don't recall.
So that's okay. I think that's good. When we make our projections this year, I think we'll obviously want to know those numbers. And there is a maximum allowable fee. Is it like 10%? I guess my question across wastewater, stormwater, and reclaim, are we up against any cap or maximum on those that we know about?
There is a cap. Once the study is done, there's recommendations that are made for increases each year based on the formulas that they follow to make those recommendations. I don't know if you would call that a cap or not, but that's the recommendation each year, and you either choose to execute that recommendation each fiscal year or not.
Generally, utility rates have to be just and equitable under the statutory standards to establish reasonable rates for customers. The city doesn't have any, really extraterritorial, like providing services outside its boundaries that it needs to worry about. Those have specific caps. There are components of utility rates, like impact fees, that do have implementation caps, but the general consumption rate is going to be just and equitable. It's going to be based on the various operational needs of the utility.
Okay. I know local governments have, restrictions around all the different revenue sources, and I think as we're looking at, the point of this is exploring revenue. That would be of interest. Is obviously the study's required. What are the limits there? And that would obviously be of an interest. And then if it is one of those enterprise funds, whether it's wastewater or stormwater, the inter-fund loan that we're going over here, it looks like it's from the stormwater fund. Is there an ability to loan from the wastewater fund as well?
Is there a legal ability to do that? Yes.
Okay. And
Not unusual.
the amount at $500,000 in this presentation, what went into, I guess, that? Is there a limit or a cap?
That was due to analysis that we've done where the stormwater fund is we're projecting it in in the future years to be about $880,000 above its required amount. So we thought, due to the volatility in the stormwater account, projects come up that you don't plan for. We thought 500,000 of that available unassigned, 880,000 was a conservative, healthy amount to be able to lend to the general fund.
Okay, so there's potential flexibility there. Obviously, that fund has its own reserve requirements and financial statements. That would make sense, but I have a much better understanding of, I guess, those funds make income with the rates and charges, and those funds, looks like we can loan from one of those enterprise funds to our general fund. As far as the limits on that, obviously it'll depend on the financial health of that fund. Okay, I didn't know if that was a 500,000 shall not exceed for any reason, but is that right?
Yeah, it's in summary, it's due to the financial health of the stormwater fund. They were able to afford lending $500,000, whereas
Okay.
wastewater is not in that situation.
In regards to the fund balance slide, where was it? Let me see. Where? Well, there was a couple. Let's go back to the one that. .210, I think, was the section of the code that was quoted that really governs this body and this council. Then our general ordinance is it's really 210E, right? That's where and it's 17% there. No, I'm sorry. It's 20%, and it has a looks like an internal control that if it falls below 17%, there's specific actions we can take. We obviously spent a lot of time talking about that, but that's the unassigned fund as stated, and we understand, or at least I do, is if we meet 210, the other applicable section of code is 2-208. That takes, if we're at a 20% threshold on section 210, that's going by itself, even if assigned, committed, had no funds, would meet that other section of the code as well. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. The section 210, if we're in compliance with 210, which would be calling for a reserve level of roughly 3.6 million. Whereas to compare that to the section 208, that number is roughly more around 3.3 million, I believe. So if we're in compliance with the larger number, then we're meeting both.
Okay. I had a chance, Council, I've spent a lot of time going back through history and watching the videos, and one of the things we talked about was, well, when did that code, there was two different codes here. It was 2008. I could not see anything prior, but there was mention in the minutes of a policy. And it's my understanding that with the GASB standards at that time came out, the auditors finished their 2006-2007 audit for the city of Cape Canaveral. And that audit, made a recommendation. The council then the following year took action, adopted the ordinance, and that was really the 210. And prior to that, when reading through the recommendations, actually, I think I might have it somewhere. The rationale with a 20% reserve was really around having 2 months of operating expenditures, which makes total sense. But it was interesting, the recommendation said anywhere from 5 to 15%, I applaud the council at the time. They went with a 20% and then put this 17% threshold. I think that's fantastic. That sort of created the standard. And then after it was 2012, I guess the new GAOFA, or the new accounting principles came out, and that's where we get 208.
It's the other way around, I think. It's 210 was adopted in 2012. 2-208 was 2008.
Which would make, okay, that makes sense, excuse me. So 208 was really the first reserve policy we had. 210 comes along, and some of that terminology, I think it was,
Gatsby 54.
but it was really just unreserved and reserved, or undesignated and designated. There was some confusion in there. The recommendations came in, and then we added in, but there was one number in our code with 208. It was the 20% with the 17% that if it falls below. 4 years later, 2012, we get another code which added another number in a different place, which is, as our city attorney said, 210, and that set a 20% threshold. So we had 20% in two places. This council, through audits, was reminded that our policy exceeded the standard, and the decision was to go with the 16.7%, which is a two months. We adopted that, and today, looking back, it was very interesting. What I couldn't find was the idea of 2 years. Again, makes sense, but these are recommendations that we put in the code. But 2 years seemed to be, just a really practical way to recoup. And at the end of the day, this is our code, and we are trying to make sure first that we are talking in the same sections and working towards it. And the unassigned, the next slide where you showed the table there, budget summary by fund, or
Which one?
oh, I'm sorry. It's titled Fund Balance Reserve Summary. Yes, that was it right there. So we're not seeing 16.7 on here because the more strict code satisfies that.
Yes, in other words, because since we've gone below that 17% threshold that the Section 210 talks about, it says you have to go back up to 20%. So that's why I put that 20% there for the purposes of that calculation.
Okay, thank you. And
So in other words, that 20% comes from, it's that second number in the 210 policy that says if you go below 17% of your unassigned funds compared to your operating expenditures, then you must have 20%. You must have a ratio of 20% within those 2 years. So since we've fallen under that 17% threshold, we are now shooting for 20%.
okay.
So that is where I got that 20% from.
And right on that first row titled General Fund, the $3,584,461 is 20% of what you, I think, defined as operating expenditures. My question there, that was a slide as well. Can we go to that? It's titled General Fund Expenses. There it is. Thank you. So this is a breakdown of everything in the general fund, totaling $20,154,000 in projected expenses. the operating portion is $13,818,686. So the 20% was based on that.
So we are interpreting the operating expenditures for the purpose of fund balance policy to what do you need day to day?
Mhm.
You need to pay people and to have your operating expenditures. So that is why we are adding personnel services, that
Mhm.
4.1 million, plus the operating expenditures of that 13.8. And those two combined is about 17.9 million. So that is how we're calculating our operating expenditures.
That is great. And when we read the language of our code, it says operating, what we're classifying as operating. I don't think we have a definition on operating, but we use the accounting terminology. It was perceived that, well, police, fire, infrastructure, maintenance operating is going to be funded, and all the other items that make up the 13.8 million. However, we have another 4 million of, I think, everyone in this room. And that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying. So we're basing it off that. We're basically removing capital and other uses, transfers. This conversation is for another, I think, a budget workshop when we actually get in. I want to keep my eye on the goal tonight is to adopt a millage rate, but I want to share with the council, like we did last year, we got a chance to really go through the spreadsheets. I think we went through them, and I had a chance to do that as well. And I've just flagged some of the expenditures in there that I need to work through. I'm happy to go through them tonight, but we received a new updated budget, but in the general fund, it was roughly 500,000. Now, keep in mind, I have not had a chance to meet with our city staff on whether or not these, but just questioning, sort of looking at the 5-year average, looking at what we budgeted last year, trying to read through the sheets and get an understanding of the justification. But if in fact 500,000 could be removed, it was like a 3%, I'm sorry, it was like 350,000 in reductions, which is like a 1.5%, I think, reduction there based on the items that I had. But on the revenue side, one of the things that jumped out to me, and I don't know, that's where the 500,000, it seemed to me that some of the revenue projections were lower. And so, I mean, it's great to be conservative, but with an increase of 500,000 potentially in revenue, if it happens, and this is being conservative on historical trends, and a reduction of potentially 350,000, that had a 850,000 impact. So increasing revenue by 3.5%, decreasing expenses by 1.5%, reduced the projected deficit by 22%. It basically shaved almost $1 million off. Again, I haven't had a chance to meet with the city staff, but thankfully you were able to send those over. Since our last meeting, we're a little over 4 million. Now we're down below 3.9. And I think we're trying to understand these numbers so that we can set a rate that's I think, responsible. The first thing I want to say, and kind of take a step back, and I've spoken of, so I'm going to transition here, is I am so proud of this city council and every one of our city staff members, and I deeply appreciate our city manager and for the comments. I went back through every meeting since 2024, multiple workshops, public hearings, and that's what I'm proud of, is that we worked so hard and went through line items and read, and our city manager was just coming in, and we took, some of you understand from the last, is 2024, that fiscal year was that budget was adopted in September of 2023. think Councilmember Willis and myself were the only two on that. I didn't support that budget, but that's besides the point. Is it's tricky because September 2023 was the council that adopted the 23, what we call the 24 budget. 2 months later, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson is elected, and as we say, we sort of inherit a budget. Just like the budgets here, Councilmember Shoryak and Councilmember King, we voted this budget in. You have not. You're approaching your first budget. And then, so 23, every year we have an election in Cape Canaveral. We had a council that a different council worked under, but it was not audited until 25. So it's 3 years. The decisions were made in late 23. The new council takes over in 24, and then it's audited. Keep in mind, another election from 24 to 25. So some of the things and the statements in the community, it can be very confusing about where the decisions were being made. But when I go from that 23, as we know, it's besides the point, that's not the budget I'm talking about. That went through and ended in September of 24, and it was audited in February of 2025. And as you might have heard in the past, that meeting I went through, and the presentations, and most importantly, the code. When I follow 208, 210, and watch it step by step, it's very clear that when we had the reserves decreased, our code says after the audit. And some of the language that was struck from 2008 to 2012, it actually said during the budgeting process. So the city manager, who again is not with us today, at that time, the audit was presented to the council. And there's nothing in that audit that was alarming, right, to me. However, that's my opinion. That is not a position of the city, and I encourage everyone who is interested in this is to watch those meetings. We get through, and as many of the timelines we've shared, when we come into 25, we realized and identified that a step was the city manager is supposed to notify, and we get into the 25 budget, move forward, and then at 26 is when we really found out, March. But we did not fully understand it. And so I'm sharing this to say, when we look at this this budget, we have, I think, the right council to keep doing exactly what we were doing. We're aware of, I think, with our city manager, what we need to do to make sure, and what is being presented is that fund restoration plan. And so within 2 years, the rate that we are pursuing to tax, because it was 2 years, and every budget book, the code tells us that the council will determine compliance with 208 and 210. The council will during the budgeting process. We are stating that we are not in compliance, and then it's 2 years. And so because there's 2 years, I feel strongly that we should look at this as a mid or long-term planning. I do not think that we should set a tax rate that puts our reserve being restored in a short period of time on the backs of the taxpayers. I don't think that's what we should do. That's not right. And as our city management and team has dug in, I'm not so sure to the point of deficit spending was happening and very, very unclear. But I'm not sure that the unassigned going back was at the thresholds that we thought it was. And so we are learning today, and I can tell you today, financial stability is really important to this council. But when we set this rate, the intent that I got was you want to keep operating. The first thing, I do not think, and I did not hear any discussions in the minutes going back, nor do I think it's reasonable. We are not, well, I don't think it makes sense to keep under an emergency where we would need a reserve that this tax rate is based off of, for us to keep all city functions running. That just doesn't make sense to me. We would keep critical services running, fire, police, trash needs to be picked up, going down the line, but I'm not sure we would keep the C5 operating, our community center. I don't see why that would make sense for that period of time. And I think that's the task that this council should realistically look at is you have this 2 months. Well, we're not going to be spending, some of the things budgeted here for 2 months are not realistic. I'm sharing this to not, I hope we can keep all things going, but I'm trying to look at it from a practical standpoint. First of all, it's never happened, praise the Lord, that we've never had to exercise our reserve for an extenuating circumstance. But as soon as I say that, tomorrow is a new day and we know how things go. So we I think do need to act swiftly. But for us to bend over backwards and put it on the taxpayers to do a full short-term restoration to fund all city functions does not make sense to me. Critical services. We heard a gentleman today say he was willing to volunteer, and I think his spirit is largely representative to many of the residents under tough circumstances. And so the one thing, if we had a policy improvement, is to not change the percentage. I believe that 20%, but we should define what critical operating and personnel expenditures are, and we should consider that so that we can set a tax rate to be realistic on what we want to continue funding. So that, for today, we're trying to set a cap rate that we're not going to exceed. We're going to have time to get into that in the coming months. But those are my comments. At this time, Council, I've got some more in regards to how we do this, and also some other ideas. And just to echo, I think we've all got a chance to look into the budget. One of the biggest issues, again, my opinion, but the math doesn't lie, is if you look at the operating expenditures of the city of Cape Canaveral over 10 years, we've seen a very large increase, as Mr. Hepp alluded to as part of his statement. We've seen a significant increase in overhead and operating expenditures. The Parks and Rec and Community Affairs Department ran on about $500,000 for personnel operating and I think reasonable capital. Today, it's tripled. And the decisions that were made using funds to take on debt that was not properly assessed with the operating expenditures is the past. We had some very heated debates in here about what operating expenditures were. At one time, the community center showed a $3,000 a month operating expenditure. The electric bill alone, I think, is $70,000. Then there was a $15,000 operating expenditure, and then there was a $5,000. And the big argument in 2017 and 18 was we're making large capital investments, but we're not fully doing the math on a pro forma forward-looking. In 21, those were built, and today, this is something heavy. And so when we go out and want more taxes, and it was said this is not going to increase your taxes, well, I think today we are living in it, is that we've made statements about no one likes tax increases. I don't want a tax increase. But there's something deeper here. The majority, there was no justification. People love the community center. They love our amenities. I do too. We all enjoy them. But there was no justification to build it that big. And this very building we are sitting in is to date still one of the things that says, why did you go that big? So we had a spending problem, and today we've got an overhead problem. And our directors, the directors at time that were pushing for this, and that I respect the council's decision. 7 straight budgets I voted against. I voted for the last 2 because we started focusing on the right side of the issue. But our staff inherited a massive obligation. Our Parks and Rec director. And I watched that, and that's not what she chose either. I'm not up here making excuses. I'm ready to do something about it. We're going to have more budget workshops. We're going to have more time to get in. We've got the best data we've ever had. It's really started last year, and this year, thanks to our team, we understand the numbers. We have it in spreadsheets. It's not locked in a PDF or flipping pages and going in books. We can sort it and see it. That's what we did last year. That's why I was proud of what we did. And I think if we continue to do that, revenue, we've talked a little bit. We're going to continue to talk. But we've got a spending challenge that is going to require some really tough decisions. So when we set our rate, I wanted you to know where my heart is, and I think it's consistent with the vast majority of the constituents we represent. So, thank you. Any comments at this
I just
time?
want to, Mr. Mayor, I just want to compliment you on expressing, I think, the sentiment that all of us feel. We love this city, we love its amenities, but yeah, we've overspent and it's time to pay the piper. Yeah, and it might take a little bit of discomfort to do it for a temporary amount of time, but you're right, we should not be putting this on the backs of the taxpayers. So thank you for expressing that.
You.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you so much for your comment. I think that we were in such a habit in the past of tax and spend, and actually it was spend and tax, because we literally were spending more than our reserves, than our base was that we were getting for taxes, and then drawing down on our reserves. And as we look at going forward, we have to look at what's more manageable for the city. And how do we come out of this on the right side, having reserves? I'm sitting here looking at a document that Joey worked on for me that is showing the cost per building for the new buildings that we put in. And when you look at that, and I had him include operating costs, utility cost, planned maintenance, fire prevention, administrative costs, and personnel costs. And when you look at these things, it's eye-opening, and where our Parks Department is not going to be a revenue-generating source where it covers itself every month. It's a service we offer to our citizens. It still has to be managed. And I think when, as you were saying, with the size of the buildings and the way that the buildings were planned, and I think personally that CRA money had a lot to do with that, because it was a drive and a push. you've got this money, you've got to spend it before it expires on this date. And you get that money by building. That's how you get that money, is by building something. You know, so we ended up with all these buildings where that came in, but you got to consider, how do we maintain that? Now, I have one question, though, that I wanted to ask. I was looking as you were talking and giving your statement just a minute ago about the stormwater projects that we have and how many of those we can pull from the CRA fund, because we have used CRA funds last year for stormwater. So, Joey, are we using every bit of our CRA that we can for stormwater projects?
In general, they are separate separate funds. That's the rule of thumb. But in general, the CRA is more of a geographic boundary. It can pay for some utility payments, like stormwater is a utility. So Tim might be able to answer a little better, but in general, we do put anything we're able to expense out of the CRA, we expend it out of the CRA.
Okay.
As a rule of thumb.
Because as I was looking at the stormwater budget, some things are earmarked from the CRA, but I want to make sure that we utilize that, because I don't think the practicality of building any new structures is there, and we definitely want to get that money because it's one of the one sources that we can get money from the county on. And so I wanted to make sure that those CRA funds, if they can be utilized for any of our stormwater projects, are being utilized for that.
I think that, just want to put it in a metaphor, healthy debates, good tension, massive expansion on borrowed money, not clear understanding and communication. The council and the majority moved forward quickly, and I think at this time today, we sensed that there was a leak, right? It's like if you have a leak in your pool, we were told we need more revenue, we need to increase taxes. Well, you don't just keep pouring more water into your pool if you got a leak. And what we did was we decreased taxes 2 years in a row. And what we did not know is budgets were getting balanced with the heavy use of reserves. And this is the council that voted, and as Councilmember King said, it has not been easy and tough, but we see it now. We see the leak, and we've got the right team to build it back. And so when we look around and we see the comments and the climate and the conversations that are happening, the story, the timeline are verifiable facts. The budgets we were presented had challenges. We overcame those challenges with our team. We are policy, we adopted, we scrutinized, we went through the numbers, and this March was not a fun month for anyone. But I have a great level of hope. I just cannot turn around this year and say that we need to hit a rate that's going to not only balance the budget, but get all the reserves back in a quick time. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can
Yes.
I ask you a question?
Yes.
What are your thoughts, and I guess I really want all of council's opinion on this. What are our thoughts for the length of time that we want to look at for restoring our reserves? Because that's, I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with, and I've said this before to our city manager, I don't agree that this should be on the backs of the taxpayers. They didn't get us here. Mm-hmm. Okay? So as we look at how do we restore, what is the council's emotional or business acumen on how many years do we think would be appropriate to restore these reserves?
It's a great question. City Manager?
So to facilitate that conversation, we do have some slides that show additional fund balance restoration plans that go beyond 2 years. We had those during the initial presentation. They were not part of this presentation this evening because the guidance, more or less, that we thought we heard from the council was focusing on ordinance compliance and a 2-year restoration plan. So 2 conversations need to happen now. First would be to explore those other plans to see and look at real numbers. What would the millage rate have to be moving forward? We're going to have to go back through if Amendment 3 passes or not, so you can see the differences there. And you'll have to have some discussion on how you do that, given the current ordinance says that you will restore your fund balance in 2 years. And for that, we'll have to maybe get the attorney to weigh in. But Joey can put up a slide from that presentation once he finds it. And you can look at real numbers maybe to facilitate that conversation.
And I think that's really good to look at, because when you look at it, what do the extra years gain for us? Regardless of where we go on how long it takes to restore it, we have to look at living within our means. And that's the first thing we have to address, because we've been spending more than we've been bringing in, and there's no business model in the world that will support that for very long. And so, it's a difficult situation on all of it. But I think seeing what do we gain if we went longer, as far as how much of a tax rate, difference there would be, and, what kind of financial impact.
And while we're searching that, I think that the way that reserves were calculated changed over the years, so it's not fair to say that there was a percentage threshold, but the governing body at that time, we can say as a percentage of operating expenses, we saw levels of what I think is the equivalent of unrestricted, which includes assigned, committed, and unassigned. We saw 40, 50, I saw years over 50%, and we're talking about the period up to about 2008. Well, when you're that high, you have that much reserves in 2008, the code says you only do something if you fall below 17. And so what was happening, and this is why the budgets were getting passed, balanced, reserves were being depleted, and in defense, the code doesn't tell them to do anything. But we saw 40%, is high in reduction, and it wasn't until it got down that the drop that we saw in 2024, I think was it 12% roughly? It went from, or was it 22 to, what was presented was 10%, but wasn't it like 8%? The reduction?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the
unassigned
the auditor's
reserve
findings?
decrease in the fiscal year 2024?
Yeah, for 2024, the auditors called it approximately 10%, and internally we calculated about 8.4%.
And that year prior, that audit, was it, I think it was at 21 or 22% of the
I believe
expenditures?
so, yeah.
Correct.
Slightly above 20, yeah.
And the council, not to interrupt, but the council was presented with a budget in that fiscal year of about 20.1%, and the auditors found later it was approximately 10. We calculated 8.4.
Thank you. So it was roughly 14%, right, in that year. And I'm getting to your question. And then the remaining balance, right, was used. Now, these are budgets that we passed that had contingencies built into them. If we were, passing budgets without contingencies, right, then going into reserves. And, a lot of the projects and the capital expenditures had extra in each line item because hard quotes weren't given. And then there was renewal and replacement and some other revenue streams. So these budgets were not tight. And I think that we had not only that go, but in addition, huge parts of the reserve. And so my thought was, well, this didn't happen overnight, right? This has been happening for 15, 20 years. It got to a threshold that our code says, no, you can't do that. We are taking action. But if we looked at it from one way, is it reduced 12%, right? If we say 17 is the threshold, right? I think it went from 17 to 8, but the code says restore it to its 20%. Well, there's 12%. So if we adopt a budget this year, at a minimum, the most I think would be to try and recoup 12% over 2 years, and then try to recoup the remaining 8% over the following 2 years. That's just an idea. And if we lower expenditures, that threshold is not as significant. And further, we made a decision to not suspend our code. We would rather pursue it, be out of compliance, and work towards getting back into compliance. But I do think it would be wise between now and the end of the year to potentially put a definition on what we are calling operating expenditures for a time of emergency. And that is another idea. So the time, well, if we get a clear definition on what we want to fund for 20% of what, not the whole bill, I think you could do it in 4 years. And as a reality check, we have interlocal relationships. We've got contractors that we might need to have those hard conversations for. Our Brevard County Sheriff's Office. I mean, we don't have our own police department. We work with a big enterprise of the sheriff. They have resources, and one of the upsides, I think we're one of the last cities that does not have, is that, and we have the right city manager to know this is feasible, is when the biggest line item in our whole bill is our Brevard County Sheriff's Office contract. It's at like 4.2 million roughly. So how do you fund that for 2 months? Well, maybe there's an opportunity for them to have more resources to help Cape Canaveral out in a legitimate time. We are pursuing working to rebuild it, but I'm trying to say, if something happened in a 4 to 6 or whatever this council decides, I would say it'd be wise to get some sort of MOU or understanding that if this happens, are they willing to help? The same would go with Canaveral Fire Rescue and potentially talking with the port. They fund the Canaveral. Well, you add those two up together, that's roughly $8.1 million alone. And then that would leave the rest of it is purely internal. I think we could absolutely have enough funds to fund the remaining balance of what we define as operating expenditures. But I don't think anyone's denying that those two are legitimate operations. So I'm thinking 4 years, but that may not be the right way to look at it. And I'm not sure we need to maybe nail it down. I think what we have to do is say, what are we thinking? What are we open to? So that we can set a tax rate. If everyone in here goes, no, we're going to restore it in 1 year, well, then we're going to have to go with a really high rate.
And Mr. Mayor, keeping in mind also that we've got looming over our heads the possibility of Amendment 3 passing.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we make allowances for if that happens? Then what do we do? I almost think we're on two parallel tracks here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I honestly, I'm someone that I prepare for the worst. And then if something better happens, it happens. But $730,000 should not be hard for us to find in year one. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I can go through and identify things right now that are not have-to-have items.
Absolutely.
So I think that we can work with that. And I think if we don't look at that as a possibility, that we're almost being remiss about the fact that, I mean, I'm not a young person, and it's the first time in my life I've ever been able to vote for tax relief, and I think a lot of people are going to vote for this. Now, that's my own opinion. If that's the case, wouldn't we prefer to be more prepared for that? I would, personally.
I think we should.
And so I think we have to look at that for the first year especially, just in case that occurs. I don't like, and no offense, Mr. Mayor, but I'm the kind that likes to plan for the hardest scenario, and then if it's better than that, I go, woo, things are better than that. Because if this passes, and people are struggling right now with increased cost of living in our state, with increases in their property values, taxes, insurance, and everything else. They're looking, plus groceries and all of that, they're looking for relief. So I think we need to, when we look at this restoration plan, I think we need to include the fact that we're going to have $730,000 estimated that we will not have in that number.
Well, 3.2 million of it is coming out of our ad valorem to pay for Canaveral Fire Rescue. Okay. That city attorney, West Melbourne has a low millage rate, but we also know that West Melbourne's fire, a significant portion of their bill, which strains our general fund today, is as I believe a special assessment that they, on their tax bill, they pay a fee line item for fire. That to me would be something as swiftly as possible that this council could consider, and that would shield it from Amendment 3 as well.
I like that.
City of Cocoa has had a fire special assessment, I think, since 2008.
Okay.
West Melbourne may have one as well, but we did that in Cocoa many years ago. I think currently it funds maybe about 40, don't quote me on this, but 40 or so % of the fire budget.
Timeline to just from, if this is day one, estimated to implement something like that?
It requires, first of all, it's going to require a consultant to do a study, right? That it's more than just a study. It comes up with a methodology based on local conditions on how to assess, right? Because it has to be meet the assessment test. So, I mean, the financial data and all the number crunching is critical in creating a special assessment. But the timeline, to your question, Mayor, you know, it's probably comfortably six months.
Wow.
To 9 months. Keep in mind too that
Shorter than I thought.
if you have the right people that have the right experience, you can do it a lot faster. So what you need to also consider is that what you like to have is the special assessment imposed as a non-ad valorem line item on the tax bill, because that facilitates the collection. So because of that requirement, you're subject to statutory timeframes to get your tax assessment rolls to the tax collector, so it can be properly put on the rolls. You would not have enough time this year to do it on the upcoming roll, but certainly by the tax roll for 2027, 28, am I on the right, do I have the right years?
Yes.
Absolutely enough time to do it.
Council, what do you, I mean, does that make sense? 3.2, I mean, we have 8.1 with just police and fire. You add in administration and all the other critical functions of our city, waste collection, those, that would take out 3.2 million. Now, to be open and honest, at the end of the day, the taxpayer is going to see, they're going to pay their fee, but that's something I think that could really help us, and knowing that we could potentially have that in place for the next, it'd be September of next year, if Amendment 3 hits, and as we're trying to plan a fund restoration plan, I think that could be a major shift that will help us get where we need to be.
Mr. Mayor, do you think we have any The thing that sticks in my craw with fire services and BCSO, which I love them, both of them, we have the best service around with both groups. So I don't want any kind of degradation of any services. But they're the biggest part of our increases annually, and they just keep going up and up and up. Now, meanwhile, our population has gone down to 21% of our addresses in our city. So this tells us that anyone with common sense is going to say, okay, it's the tourists coming in, people staying in the city, increased traffic, coming to the barrier island, which includes the port, visitors, and things like that. Because less residents doesn't equate to a requirement for more services. I'm sorry, I can't put my mind around that. So and I've spoken to the city manager about this. There has to be a way to negotiate this with both groups. Because, for example, I spoke to a fire chief in another county, and he said, ask for a heat map. Heat map shows exactly where within the city the most calls are coming in and all of that in a color-coded map with an overlay on it. Because I don't see our residences and our 21% is increasing that. Now, I know we still need this, because if the people are here and need service, I agree that they have to have services. I don't want our services to decline in any way, shape, or form. But maybe it's time to go to one of the TDC meetings and say, hello. We know y'all have wanted us to become this tourist destination. When you drive down 95, you see all the way down the road from Virginia down, come to Cocoa Beach. Well, they come through Cape Canaveral, and many of them stay here too. And where we know that we're going to have this traffic, maybe it's time we go to the county and say, help us. Because the number of our full-time residences that live here has decreased, and the cost is being thrown on to our taxpayers. And so there's got to be some kind of way that we can negotiate this. It shouldn't be put back on the taxpayers in this city, and we have a lot of short-term rentals, so that's something as well. But there's got to be some kind of way to balance this if traffic is going to be driven to our area based on tourism development and tourism dollars coming in, because we can't bear the brunt of it as our population declines.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
Let's not confuse the 21% homestead with 21% residents, because we have a lot of residents that rent. So to say that 21% pays for everything, yes, that's the homestead, but that does not include all the people who rent, who still need those services.
Oh, and I understand, and I understand that we have tourists that come here that need the services as well.
Right. Well, I've got it now. I think we need to be raising our short-term rental fees on registrations, because, I think that would just be prudent to do, because we're not stemming the tide on short-term rentals, because they're still coming.
Oh, that opens up a subject I'd love to speak to. Mr. Mayor, will you give me one moment?
Yes, but I do want to say this. What we're talking about, to keep our eye on the ball here, is our confidence level on the opportunities that we could pursue that would take the strain off the tax rate. And what is our confidence level? We've heard on fire a significant, second largest line item in our budget out of our general fund, dependent on a study, 6 to 9 months, probably a year. Unreasonable to get it through this year, but next year we could potentially you have to spend money to earn or to change your revenue streams, as just like the rate study. But I think that's one. I think we should absolutely talk with police, fire, objective data and I think our partners there, we can absolutely do it. Short-term rental fees, I think we've seen our friends in Cocoa Beach go very high. And I think if we just keep going down the list, we would have to take action on these. But yes, I want to make sure we're staying that this is exactly what we should be talking about. And so, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, I know you were in the meeting where, I believe you were on council in the meeting where the city council voted for ProChamps, correct?
Yes.
And what was the objective of ProChamps software for the city? I was in that meeting as well.
Yeah, the issue, to bring them on, the issue of the day was that we had a 7-day minimum, and our city was not enforcing it. We drafted an ordinance that not only it enhanced the city's ability to enforce that provision, but also put a slew of other regulations similar to what a hotel would go through.
Understood, and I agree.
They were going to register and enforce the compliance with many provisions, but it was the 7-day minimum that created, I think, the initiation.
And I totally agree. I was in that meeting. We even put up a lawsuit with the property in regards to them renting nightly, and ProChamps was adopted for that. Now, that was like in 2019 or 2020. And here we are 6 years later, and we are getting more people getting the licenses, but it is not catching anyone that is doing less than 6-night rentals. I just investigated this. It is not being used. The software, I'm not sure and this is not on staff now, okay? Just right off the bat, I'm going to say that. Not a problem with our staff now. There's been changes to Airbnb and VRBO and the major sites for rentals. People are going around those sites to rent. And just like this week, just yesterday, had somebody in under me for 2 days with 7 people in a 1-bedroom unit. So I checked with staff, and right now, there's not enforcement and has not been any enforcement for less than 6-night minimum rentals. Now, we're spending $50,000, $60,000 a year for that software. We're spending about the same for a staff member, and this has become a tax to short-term rentals that are trying to be compliant. But if you do not license your unit, you're getting away with it, okay? So it is not working. I would not pay for any more software that doesn't do its job. One of my constituents has worked with me over the last week. We have identified one vendor, the largest short-term rental vendor in this area, that was allowing 2-night rentals all over with a ton of properties on it. So we did that just sitting on the internet. I have spoken to our city manager about that, and I'm going to be getting with that department and working with them. But I'm against paying for software that doesn't do its job.
Yeah, I think that's if we're able to increase fees by a percentage and then decrease cost, we're working on both sides of it. And that's, again...
But increasing fees when it's only impacting certain people, that's selective enforcement to me, and I don't want to be any part of selective enforcement.
I agree.
Unless we can get it on every short-term rental in this city, I don't think we should be charging one of them. That's my opinion. I don't agree and do not say, I don't want anyone, this is me going on the record, I do not want the minimum 6 nights changed. Okay, we need to keep that 7-day, 6-night in there. But we need to spend money on how to make this work and not throw money out the window. If you think of that amount of money for 6 years, we're talking $600,000 that hasn't worked.
May I jump in here at this point, too?
Yes,
And
thank you.
this is tantamount to the same logic that says we should not be putting extra tax on the residents, to get us out of this financial morass that we're in. I think that the same logic applies to the people who have Airbnbs or short-term rentals here in the town, who are abiding by the rules, and see all the others who aren't registered. I mean, I've heard that there are at least twice the number of Airbnbs in this town that are not paying, not even registered with, it's not ProChamps, it's what is it? I can't remember. Deckard. I don't think, I mean, Deckard, to me, that Deckard's not doing its job, and it falls on the backs of the people who have the Airbnbs that are paying, that are adhering to the rules. Not fair.
It's hard to disagree with. I think if we go through and look at expensive software costs, especially when it's related to the peace and safety of our city, and there is a revenue registration fee, this council, I think, is willing to go in and look at those line item expenditures and the revenue as well. That's what's important, I think, for today.
Well, didn't we have a discussion, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't we have a discussion earlier about all you have to do is go to the business license, the state business license, to do the research that tells you who the Airbnbs or the short-term rentals are in the city?
A lot of them, if they don't license with us, they don't license with the state. They just rent. And that's where to find it, and myself and my constituent, due to a complaint that she was making, and she called me, I spent an afternoon going through, identified about 110 units with one property manager that was allowing a 3-day rental. She also identified other ones. That's what has to happen. And I'm sorry, it's a manual process, but Deckard isn't finding them on all of these individual websites. So my thing is, if we're going to make compliance work, sometimes software may not do it. And the software is failing the city of Cape Canaveral right now and our staff that are trying to do this. If they're not getting the information from the software we're paying for. Now, also, the county has now implemented Deckard, so there should be some way we should be able to work with the county and say, who do you have Deckard licenses for? If someone licensed for their sales tax, their tourism development tax through the county. So we should be able to go to them and maybe get a list or whatever. But ours is going to come down to manual compliance, in my opinion, to find these. Because we spent an afternoon going through them and found a multitude of them. And we're not getting this from Deckard. And so if we're going to do just compliance to them licensing with the city, if they're a rental, they're supposed to be doing a business tax receipt. Maybe we need to look at what that rate is for short-term rentals.
And may I add one more thing? I wouldn't think it would be fair to raise the registration fee on the people who are adhering.
Well,
I mean, we could make up the difference if we had everybody who is doing the short-term rental registered.
And we've done that once, and I was a single vote against it because I don't agree in taxing the ones trying to be compliant.
Exactly.
And meanwhile, we're not catching them with the software. So we've got improvements, and I'm not saying this to bash whatever we're going to do with short-term rentals. I'm saying this as a point. Every software contract we sign, no matter what it is, should be revisited after a certain amount of time. Just like with our EVs, you will find the results of those packages a year or two down the road to see. We shouldn't be waiting 6 years to see is this working. We need to have a process of evaluation, but we need to go through and look at those contracts, and that may get rid of a lot of things that are not being utilized in a way that is good for us or not providing us with the information we need.
I think software and subscriptions is a growing expense in people's lives for business is the world we live in, and we absolutely need to go through. If we were to add that up, I do think we're talking in total hundreds of thousands of dollars to enforce short-term rentals. Also comes with prosecution and magistrate fees and legal and staff time. And so if you're charging $100 and there's 50, you're making $50,000. It's about enforcing safe community. Don't hear me wrong. I don't view it as a major revenue center. It could be a major cost issue, and I don't look at it for revenue as much. Ideally, you would be able to have a reasonable fee that could potentially offset some of the direct, just like permitting fees. And I think we want to be competitive with that rate. But we've got, if we can figure out what we have the desire, I think software, not just that, all the software, there's a complete list we should take a hard look at and get feedback from our staff and think about a strategy there. I don't have enough information to say confidently because some of this stuff is crucial for them to do their jobs. But yes, I do think we need to look at software. It tends to not only be a reoccurring expense, but it will typically increase year over year as well. So
there's so much more to this whole issue of short-term rentals. My understanding is that not a lot of people are particularly fond of having STRs right next door to them. But the reality of it is that Cape Canaveral is no longer that little beach town anymore. It is a resort. It is a resort area, and we have to deal with that. And we should take advantage of that. You know, really seize the carpe diem, seize the momentum, and turn it into, okay, if it's a resort, then let's really put forth best effort to make sure that we are being fair about charging these people to do business in our neighborhoods and follow the rules and make sure all of them are doing it, not just a few. And I'll leave it at that. Oh, and by the way, wouldn't it be nice to get something from the hotels too? While we're on the topic, you know?
yeah, I think there's revenue, there's costs. They're both important. Like I said, a 1% increase in revenue and a 3% decrease in cost can put a substantial shift depending on what the line item is. These are, I think, not some of the larger line items. The hotels pay significant impact fees. Significant. Now does in the millions if you were to add it up. And the city has received those monies. They've been able to use it. And the city's also been able to receive extra impact fees to improve some roads. But yes, the life of our city and the character of the city is certainly a major concern to the residents. I don't want to accept, that we're a resort. I hear you loud and clear. But today, we can, I think, come away with the desire to look at all these opportunities. I think the biggest one, obviously, to get confidence to come out of here with whatever rate we decide, there are multiple revenue streams, some that counties, some of them are carved out for specific cities. But our city, if the financial handbook at the state website shows all the revenue sources. We talked about, lagoon tax and stuff. I think that the exercise is to not take one of them. We've looked at the special assessment, and our city attorney talked about the criteria, but is to go down the list. One of them, I think that we could consider and at least know is the franchise fees that are on FP&L on the bills. Do we know, I think the maximum for a franchise fee, there's a cap, is it 10%? And if so, I'm not saying we should increase, but it would at least be good to know where we are with that and run some numbers on how we compare, I guess. And city attorney, as a franchise fee, I think it goes with the Cocoa Water as well, utility. We already get, I assume, a portion on both. It's a significant revenue stream to the city.
There's the franchise fee, but there's also
Surtax.
the utility tax.
Okay,
Utility tax, the franchise fee is negotiated and is part of the franchise arrangement, right, with the utility.
yes.
The utility tax, on the other hand, is enacted by the governing body and appears on, certain utility bills on, based on consumption. And I think, I haven't looked at it, but I think the city has maxed that out to 10%. I can look it up. But
That would be very helpful just to know.
yeah, let me look it up while you.
So
continue
utility
your
tax
discussion.
applicable to FP&L. These are revenue side issues that, and then there are a lot of other opportunities. We won't qualify for all of them, but we talked about this time last year. As you said, Mayor Pro Tem and the Tourist Development Council, the county, obviously, we've talked about the port. I think for this year, with this deadline tomorrow, though, those confidence levels are just too unknown to say we've got a path there. But I think I can say with a high level of confidence, I'm willing to go, push forward. We talked about it last year. Time has came and went, but between now and then, I think those might be good conversations that I'm absolutely, and this whole council can, maybe we have a joint meeting with them and discuss. It's not, it has nothing to do with our reserves. That is a separate issue that we will solve on our own. It has everything to do to know that our police and fire are very important to this council, but there's no question, and I know our city manager is aware of this, to you saying, Cocoa Beach, there is a trend. If you look at tourist-related towns, their per capita cost, I think Cocoa Beach is the highest last year at $1,000 per capita. And they're roughly that they paid just for, might have been police and fire, but police, right? We're at like $700, just to give you an idea. That was a city police department. But when you compare us to the other 14 cities, we are up in that higher third, and we're one of the smaller cities utilizing the county. And I think we would just have to come with really good data that shows geography of activity, obviously addresses that data, is time of day, time of week as it relates to cruise and trips. And if we can identify a trend, I think we could make a case, and I think we absolutely should. But that, to me, we're one step away, I think, which it's sort of, that may not require a big study, but we might want to do our own internal to see if we have enough to at least initiate the conversation. So those revenue streams at the state, I think if we could explore which ones that we could consider. Council, what do y'all think about that? There's some out there that, like the utility tax, we're already taking advantage of today. If we're not maxed out, what else is out there for us?
And Mr. Mayor, when you're talking about utility tax, I was curious about the local option gas tax.
That is a revenue.
Yep, and that is really low. Is that for petroleum, or is that for I'm sorry.
Talking to the attorney.
So the local option gas tax, what type of gas is that for? Petroleum or?
The local option gas tax is a county-imposed tax. And the city would, the cities within the county would receive a formulaic share of the gas tax, and it pertains to fuel, like for automobiles.
Okay.
But that's a county imposed tax. A municipality cannot impose it.
Okay. I was curious about that because that's really low.
And that's one of them.
Well, if the county, I believe, already has it, so if it's showing up as a line item in your budget, that's likely the city's share
Right.
of it, and it's based on,
What they feel like giving us.
yeah, it's based on a statutory formula unless there's a interlocal agreement with a different formula.
Understood.
And it's based on, I think, the amount of roadways.
Okay, and I had another question, Anthony, that you may be the one that answers me on this one, was another one that is lower to me is the Chesapeake Utilities franchise fees. So that one deals with utility as well, gas, right?
That would be a gas, I mean, I don't know the specific line item, but with respect to Chesapeake is the natural gas franchise in the city of Cape Canaveral. So the city gets a franchise fee based on, under the agreement, gross revenues that are earned in the city of Cape Canaveral. On top of that, to go to the mayor's point, there is also a utility tax. It's called a public service tax. The city has enacted the public service tax section. If you look at section 70-29 of the code, the city imposes the maximum statutory utility tax of 10%, and that is imposed on water, electric, phone, and gas.
Okay.
Not automobile fuel, but natural gas. So there's a public service tax line item, I'm assuming.
Is there any others that would it apply to Waste Pro? We have a franchise agreement there, but is there another, are those all the utility tax opportunities?
For the public service tax?
Oh, I'm sorry, the public service tax, yes, thank you.
Those are the utilities.
Okay. And I think this is it, is if we have an existing tax that we've implemented, what is the status of them? Thank you, City Attorney. Those are the lowest hanging fruit to make sure. I'm not saying we're necessarily going to raise them, but we are looking, I think, in the right direction there. And then the other opportunities that are out there that allowed by the state of Florida, I think would be really helpful, because I can say this, I've identified revenue questions, and I'm ready to get into that at I think, a future meeting. And then I've got a list of expenses that I'm ready to get into. And like I said, that has about an $800,000 impact, and that's just first glance. Half of it, I might immediately go, oh no, that's absolutely. Keep in mind, this is high level going through, not sharpening the pencil even yet, just flagging them with questions based on historical averages. But yes, Councilmember Willis?
No.
Anybody else? I think I need to take a quick break here if we don't mind, but I want to think about, well, let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute, 10-minute break, whatever is needed. Does that sound okay, Council? We'll come back, and I'd like to, when we come back, talk about the proposed rate. Before we leave, can we see that, the millage rate that is, and it's not proposed, the council will decide what's proposed, but what is the slide? Let me see.
Suggested.
So the slide before the council right now, if we could go back.
Yep, I think if we have that up, we can come back to that, just to
Go
kind
back
of
to
get
the slide.
recalibrated.
And at this time, I'd like to add the answer to Councilmember Willis's question is approximately how much does the millage increase with each additional $500,000 net revenue to the city's general fund. So each $500,000 revenues is the equivalent of 0.3343.
0.03433.
It's 0.3343.
Oh,
Yes, roughly 1/3, but 3343.
So the original question was expenditure reductions.
Okay.
But, I mean, I would imagine it works the same way.
Yeah, I'd just be subtracting
Yes.
it instead of adding it.
2 billion in property, I think, in Cape Canaveral, but basically .343 equals $500,000.
Yes, up or down, $500,000 in the millage is 0.3343.
Okay. And and we were going to get into the resolution. Okay, so the slide title, estimated millage calculation. It's the next one, right after that. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There it is. Okay, so we've got $3.9 million budget gap. If assuming a 2-year restoration period, the amount each year would be roughly 1.8 million totaling the amount. That revenue of 5.7 million includes the reserve restoration. That seems low because we're at 6.5. What does the 5.7 million represent?
That is the, it's the current budget gap of the 3.9 million. So we would potentially have that this year and next year. So that's the constant. And then each year,
I see.
in order to build up our total goal reserve of 3.6 million, we need to save 1.8 million each year. So if we save 1.8 million each year, we add that amount on top of our budget gap. So the budget gap of 3.9 plus what we want to save each year, 1.8, equals about the 5.7 number that we see there.
But a millage rate of 7.034 would yield what in total ad valorem revenue? Wouldn't it be? I would assume it would be around double, because if we're at 3.1, I mean more than double, it would be $13-14 million. Is that?
Yes, if you're looking at it from that point of view, without doing the calculation right now in front of me, that would calculate a different amount of revenue. When
Yep.
I calculate these numbers, I take into account both the revenue that comes to the city, but also deduct the CRA TIF money.
Mhm.
That as the revenue goes up, so does the portion or the amount of money we give to the CRA. So it's not a one-to-one. It's not based on pure revenue the city would get, because as the millage rate goes up, also goes up the amount of money we give to the CRA.
I understand. I think when we come back, that would be really helpful to know, because if I'm looking at the budget here, this budget revised, does this apply which rate in it?
That has the original proposed rate of 3.2085.
Which is a little over rollback, or was that the new rollback?
That is actually below rollback.
Okay.
And that's because that was my proposed number before we were given the actual numbers by the county.
Which makes sense because it's about 6.5 million, which is almost exactly what we brought in last year with like a 3.1. So if we can just confirm when we come back that what that ad valorem line item would be, an estimate, at that 7 rate, I think we can work. That would be a good way to frame the conversation. Now, knowing that 7 sounds like put us on assuming a 2-year. Council, does that make sense? Basically, what would the projected number change to for the revenue for ad valorem?
And I quickly input those numbers. I have those. I
Oh,
can
great.
say what they are.
Yeah.
So if we have a combined millage of 7.0344, that would roughly give a revenue to the general fund of about 14.5 million. The CRA portion, which we would deduct from that,
Mm-hmm.
would be about 4 million.
We would reduce, that's the portion that would go to the county estimated?
Correct.
So we would net 10 million?
In that sense, yes.
Is that,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, pretty much.
There'd be
yeah.
a transfer out, so out of this 6 million at rollback, is that already assumed, is that after the payment to the county? Or will we have to deduct? I would assume we would have to deduct out of that as well.
Correct, yeah. So at where we're currently at, slightly below rolled back,
Yep.
at the 3 point, so the general fund portion of it
Mm-hmm.
is 3.165.
Yep.
And again, we're going to get into the weeds of the ad valorem because it's made up of both library and general fund. But for the general fund revenue portion, so at our total 3.2085,
Mm-hmm.
3.1675 is the general fund portion. At that 3.1675 general fund portion, the revenue we are calculating for the general fund is, and I'll round these numbers, 6.5 million. And the expense for the CRA that we would transfer to the CRA would be about 1.8 million for a net general fund revenue of about 4.7 million.
So that's roughly the same number that we see here, like on page 8. And may not be the best in the budget book. I got 6.5 million. Knowing now, you answered my question, an expenditure, I assume it would be transfer or includes transfers when I see that 2.4 million? Is that a part of
Correct.
that is the CRA transfer out?
Exactly. If you
Okay.
look at the screen in front, that other use
Yep.
of a total of 1.8, that is made up primarily of that, 1.8 million.
That's helpful. I think we can work off of that, but thank you, Joey. Any questions before we take a break? All right, we'll reconvene here as soon as we're all back. Thank you. Okay, call the meeting back to order. It is 8:43 PM. We are continuing really through the discussion, which is, I think, the majority of the weight before taking action on the resolution. Again, this is a special meeting to meet the deadline for the submission of the proposed millage rate, one of a few meetings at minimum that will allow us to meet state law and, most importantly, set the rate that's going to fund a part of our general fund and our CRA. And that's really kind of where we left off. We've talked, just to do a recap, about both sides of the issue, the revenue side, the expenditure side. If there's a desire for expenditure reductions, I'm sensing from a few there's a desire for revenue. I think the confidence level on which ones are realistic, there's timelines we don't have control over, but if there's a way, we would want to, I think, set a rate that is based on a higher confidence level. And I do want to address the big risk of you can't go lower when you set this tax rate. I think there's deadlines. I'm sorry, you can't go higher. So whatever the rate, the proposed rate that we set, if we did, respecting deadlines, and I don't want to do this, but we would have to mail, I think, roughly 6,000 addresses, 50 cents, probably $1. I don't know what the cost would be to that, but at $1, 6,000, probably closer to 10,000, because I don't know all the other costs that might go along with the print and mail and time associated with it. Obviously, we don't want to have to do that, but under an emergency situation, there is, I think, a path. However, today, we were just leaving off looking at numbers. I think one of the things between now and the next meeting is to look at the revenue streams, whether it's utility tax. Our city attorney has already gotten back to us on a few of those. Any franchise agreements. We've talked about short-term rentals, both sides of that, the cost and the revenue. And any other thing I think that we can look at beyond what our city manager and staff already has worked hard and looked at would be the quote-unquote lowest hanging fruit. We have the most control over those from a cost standpoint as well. Talked about, so both sides there. And then we really got into the ad valorem side, and we started to run some numbers. One of the questions Councilmember Willis asked as regards to, I think, just doing kind of easy math, is what would the millage reduction be to achieve $500,000, and it's roughly 0.343.
3343.
3343 mills. 0.3343. So I'll just say, yeah, roughly 0.334. So another way to say that is 0.6686 would be $1 million. Okay. I had a chance to sit down with our finance director, Joey, on the break there, and he was showing some of the calculators to help us if we're talking on the spot, to let the council know. If we want to talk in dollars, if we, as Councilmember Willis asked, he can, if we need $1 million, he can quickly calculate that. We've obviously got it. Or we just want to look at millage rate. And I think before going further, there are some vote criteria on exceeding a certain threshold, unanimous vote requirements. City Attorney, can you give us an overview? I think our rollback rate is at well, it actually went up this year above the rate we set, which I think we did have a slight dip in property values, so maybe that had something to do with it. But what the rollback rate is there on the screen. Thank you, Council Member.
I'd like to add something. The combined
Yep.
rollback rate is 3.2959. The rollback rate on the screen has the library actually going below their rollback rate. The 10% and above 10%, those rules pertain to just the general fund rollback rate. So I just wanted to point that out. The rollback rate that we see on the screen, 3.2956, that is the general fund rollback rate. And the next one above it, 110%, that truly is the 110% of the general fund rollback rate. So not to cause any confusion on that.
So it does not include the library rate?
Yes, the library rate is less than rollback. That is why it's 0.0003 less than our total combined rollback rate. But for the purposes of trim, they calculate the general fund and library rate each at their own percentages.
So this is just the general fund or government millage rate, not the library rate, this screen?
It is both.
Oh, no, it's combined, okay.
Mhm. It is both. The total combined rollback rate would be 3.2959.
Okay. With library,
Yes.
3.2959 that requires a majority vote to pass rollback, like anything.
Mhm.
What are the thresholds? Is there a supermajority and a unanimous? Is it 10% over rollback rate requires a unanimous vote?
I'm sorry to cause confusion. The numbers on the chart are accurate. The point I was making was the library numbers in the combined millage is actually below the library rollback. So for the purpose of what are the voting rules, that majority vote rollback at 3.2956,
Yep.
that would require a majority vote, 3 out of 2. Above that, to 10%, above that would be the 3.6211. That, anywhere above rollback to that 3.6211 would require a 4 out of 5 vote.
Mm-hmm.
And anything above that would require a unanimous vote.
So the difference, so 3.29 majority all the way up to the highest threshold would be 1 point below 9.9% or 109.9, right? Is that, so like a 3.61, just for easy math, right? That a majority would be able to,
The majority vote is only up to rollback. If the council wanted to go above rollback, but no higher than 110% of rollback, then it requires a 4/5 vote. Anything over 110% of rollback requires unanimous vote. Those voting rules only apply at the adoption hearing. Those vote requirements do not apply at this hearing. For the proposed, it does not apply during the tentative hearing process, but when you get to final adoption, those rules will apply.
well, I think that's important to know.
So if we elect to take the 10.000 tonight, and then when we're finished everything, we come up with 4.04, we'll have to have unanimous vote to take the 4.04 as the final rate.
Correct.
Okay, so we're not obligated to between 4 and 10 if we vote for the 10 tonight.
It only requires a majority vote to go to 10 tonight. But if the council
The final
has the final vote, then you have to follow those voting rules.
Okay.
That's
There's been a lot of confusion about that, but it's been clarified by the Department of Revenue. I've seen the emails.
So, City Attorney, if we voted for the 10% tonight, just to have it set. And then we did not get that unanimous vote to go to, let's say, 4%, 4.0410 or 5.0410 at the next hearing, then what does it default to if we didn't get that
At
unanimous?
the final hearing, not the next
Okay, at the
hearing.
final hearing. So what would it default to if we didn't get that unanimous vote?
Will default to whatever
The 10.
final millage rate you can adopt in accordance with these voting rules.
So does that mean the 10% that we voted on tonight?
Tonight is just an advertised rate. You're voting to advertise a possible millage rate, and that's going to go out on the tax rolls, right? It's all-
Understood. But if in that final hearing, we weren't able to get that unanimous vote,
Right.
and we needed to go higher than rollback, and that unanimous vote failed, what would be the percentage?
We'd have to
Wanted to
vote
go
again.
above,
You'd
yeah, you have to vote
again?
again, of
Okay.
course, but if you wanted to, if you couldn't get a unanimous vote to go above 110% rollback, however, there were 4 of you that agreed to go to 9% above rollback, then 4 council members is the 4/5 vote necessary to go above rollback, but not higher than 110%, right? Or 10% above. So those are the rules. At the end of the day, the council can only adopt a millage rate in accordance with these voting rules. If 3 of you did not want to go above rollback rate, then, and 3 of you wanted to go to rollback rate, and that was it, then that's the highest millage you could adopt under the voting rules.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
That-
Yeah, I think I've got it. Thank you.
If I can jump in? So if we voted unanimously this evening for the 10 millage, that gives us a ceiling, and we can, and in subsequent budget hearings, we can then ultimately vote for anything under that ceiling, as long as, well, let's say 4.0410, it was unanimous. That's my understanding of it. This gives us leverage to be able to negotiate where we want the millage to be, and we're not hampered by a ceiling that, well, let's just say is 6.04. We go all the way to 10, we've got some wiggle room here. Is that am I correct in that?
I think you got wiggle.
That would be a substantial amount of wiggle room.
Oh, yeah.
Because 10 mils is the maximum statutory
Right.
millage rate that
Right.
the city can impose
Right.
collectively, okay?
Yeah, I'm speaking theoretically.
Theoretically,
Yeah.
yes, I mean, you would, but that's only for noticing purposes,
Right,
right? So
Understood.
The mayor was kind of alluding to the point that, whatever the ceiling you set tonight,
mm-hmm,
you certainly can go below without re-noticing.
Right.
If you go above, then there's a re-noticing requirement. The notices have to be sent out to the taxpayers.
right.
So whatever amount that you select tonight gets sent to the tax collector. The tax collector will send the notices, and in that notice, it will reflect the 10% millage rate and what the possible tax will be on the subject property. So they'll convert that 10 mil into a taxable potential amount on the notice.
Right. A lot of phone calls, yeah. The people be freaking out. Yeah, yeah,
They may not understand that
Right.
you're doing it for maximum
right.
flexibility
And,
purposes.
and then our city manager will have to make another statement.
Yeah, and I mean, practically, if you get a 3-2 vote to go to 10, just remember you got a 3-2 vote. So the likelihood of being a 5-0, right, going forward is grim. And I think that's some of the wisdom in it, is that we should really, I think, does everyone, I think it's almost easier to just talk in percentages from the vote standpoint as opposed to mills to know, are we going to go over 110 or are we going to stay below 110, right? I mean, I think it's clear. Anything over 110 is going to require 5 people. So if one person today, even though 4, even 3 could send it out in the trim, looking forward, yes, we could, as you said, Councilmember King, have the most flexibility, but that makes my stomach turn
Okay.
just thinking about it.
So
I
the,
don't-
the requirements of this slide, has how many votes, that is for the final rate that we adopted at the last meeting, not tonight. Okay.
And to talk revenue, this 10 mills down there is, this is what Joey was working, our finance director, 10.1 million, right? And that is what we were calling the net. Well, no, that's top line revenue, or does that have the CRA portion reduced?
That would be the net additional revenue to the general fund.
Okay. So what would be the top line revenue that would bring in? Is that the 14 million? No, I think 14 was like 6 mills. I think this would be a much higher number. I think we're talking
Yeah,
20 million, because we got 2 billion in properties, and so a mill's $1 per thousand, so.
That is correct. So the total revenue would be about 20 million, and then the CRA portion that you would deduct would be 5 million.
All
So that'd be around 15 million net for the general fund.
So-
And comparing that
Sorry.
15 million compared to the current about 4 or 5 million, it would give the city an additional 10 million, additional net 10 million. So those, the estimated additional revenue to the city on the far right column is taking into account the additional, with the additional revenue, there's also additional expenses.
I think for the sake of making a decision, I would rather look at the comparative number that we see in our, like in our budget books. We see the rollback rate achieves 6.5 million top line. And to repeat back, 10 mills would bring in 15 million, or did you say 20 with 5 going? Because what was the top line revenue?
So
For 10 mills?
in that sense, the preliminary budget, that would be about 4.7 million of net revenue. Oh, I'm sorry. If we're thinking just general fund revenue, then
Yes.
the proposed is at 6.5,
Right.
6.5 million.
Yeah, so that's based on the pretty close to rollback rate.
Correct.
What does that number change to when we go to 10? I think you said it, and
That is up around 20.5 million.
okay. So that would put us back in 1980s reserve levels, and, probably too much money, right? But I don't know if we even, when we talk about flexibility, that's quite a windfall that we really, I'm not feeling that flexible, because that's got to come out. It's great for the city, but that's going to pull 20 million out of the people as Mayor Pro Tem, and we all know we're residents in the business. It's going to pull it out of them, and I think they can spend their money better than we can on most things. But with that being said, we've got it down to a $3.9 million deficit if we don't cut $1. That's on 20 million in expenditures. Can we go back to that slide? I at least now know the ranges, and I think, does that make sense, everyone? The max is 20 million. Rollback is, just look at last year's revenue, about 6.5 million, maybe a little bit more, right?
Yes.
Okay, I can work with that.
If we're comparing the current budget, the net difference is about, rounding it, 4 million. Correct? So the current budget deficit is at 4 million.
Yes.
In the slide we're looking at, in order to make up that in order to make up 4.2 million, if you look at the number on the right, 4.235 million, that is how you would increase and make up that difference.
So the if that's that my eyes may not follow that line perfectly, but 6.04 is the 4.2 million?
Correct.
Okay, and that is, what is the top line on that 4.2? Will it be, that's the 14 million I think you said earlier. We brought in 6.5 million. This would bring in 14. However, no, that doesn't work.
I think there's a lot of different calculations going on here.
Yeah.
The one on the far right column is the net effect of everything else.
Do we have the ability to not show the net? And I think we can come back to this because net matters, especially. Maybe you could do it on the calculator. 6.04, it's a little less than doubling the rate we have today. So it's probably like 11 million.
Correct. About 12 million, 11, 12 million
Okay.
in revenue.
And we only keep 4.2 of that in the general fund. Now, when I say we keep, the portion of it, the tax, the TIF revenue, the increment over the base year rate, we keep that money in our CRA. It's just got strings attached and geographic limitations on it, but we got a general fund concern that we're trying to work through, so that's the priority. Is there another slide or do you have the ability to, I mean, if this had another column to show, which I know it's in PowerPoint, but like I'm so used to thinking in 3.2 gets us 6.5 million.
If you give me a minute, I can send a document to the city clerk and we can put on the screen.
That would be
I
great.
think exactly what you would like to see.
I think that would help. I mean, net matters.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, please.
while we're working on that, can we, I have a suggestion to save about $291,000. That would be close the Cape Center and close the C5 building. It's just we didn't need these buildings and they're costing us a fortune. The numbers that we had, they lost about $291,000 last year, the 1 year that we looked at it. So the C5's been open for 4 years. Just rough math, there was $1.2 million we've thrown out the window. The Cape Center itself lost $116,593.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the last time I heard in a meeting, approximately 6 people a day visit it. If you calculate for the Sundays that it's closed, the city spends for each person that walks through the door $62.
The first number you shared, you said 250,000?
$291,419. That's between the two buildings.
That's a voided cost, or is that like a net? I guess
That is
explain how you
that
guys
is
did
the excess of expenses over revenue. That's the amount our expenses exceed the revenue on
That's
those
the
two
net
buildings.
loss.
The net loss for the two buildings.
Okay.
Between those and sell the $1 million parking lot, I don't think we can do that just yet. We still have
Yeah.
a couple more years, but those, I believe, the debt on the C5 and the Cape Center, we have 1 more year of payments on that, and then we can dispose of those buildings if needed. In the meantime, we could lease those buildings out
Yeah, I'd
or
love to.
outsource them. And boom, there's $300,000, and that equates to 0.19486 of millage rate.
One more time?
0.19486 mils.
That's the relief of that decision. Okay.
And another thing we have to look at with these buildings, this city hall is what about 8 years old?
Yep.
And we're already looking at $300,000 to replace the air conditioner. How much is it going to cost in a few years to replace the air conditioner on the C5, the other mechanical systems, the Cape Center? I mean, it's a money pit.
Yeah, I think
It's a beautiful building, but at what expense to a tiny population of the city that actually uses it?
I do not disagree that the return on an investment for the community and the users is a small.
Yeah, I mean, we could buy, the people that want to go to a museum, we can buy them a ticket to another museum for $25 or whatever it is and still come out ahead. I mean, not that we're obligated to do that to people, but we're throwing money out the window. And I'm not going to vote for any tax increase as long as we're wasting our money. I'd rather see that money spent on Moby mats, stuff that people actually would use in the city.
No, I think that it's been a heavy weight that the goal would be to figure out how to make it not losing money. And I know that you can't do that on all government, I mean, police and fire, right? But I think we absolutely could with that building. I think, like we said, but it's going to take time. Every day, to your point, it has a cost. And you're not even calculating in the 6.2 or $8 million
The debt and the
note.
debt service that we're paying on that. Even though it's only 2% interest, it's interest. And we have to pay back the $6 million that we spent. People, that doesn't come out of thin air.
No, it's putting a major strain on the general fund. I think a community partner who could, if I could wave a magic wand, a Health First, a YMCA, it's a beautiful building, it's got equipment, I think it would fit in their business model. We collect a lease payment or do some sort of agreement with them. They agree to provide services to the community, and they they can be an operator. And we're even if we're not making lease money, it'd be better than losing money, because the overhead alone. The other thing I want to point out with the cost is that the way we budget and we structure our budget, it has, correct me if I'm wrong, all of the health insurance is in non-departmental. Is that correct?
That is incorrect. The health insurance would be in the personnel.
In non-departmental, I don't want to go too far down, but one of the things I wanted to say, is there any culture and Parks and Recreation, Culture and Leisure Services shared cost in there? I thought that I saw something, because I want to make sure we're accurately looking at the cost. I'm going in the budget book to non-departmental. It's the last page. It's on page 67. Oh, nope. It is on page... Thank you for your patience. It is on page 41, and so non-departmental over time, when you look at the history, we saw like $6-8 million. And my understanding was that was a place where we had transfers, like transfer to wastewater, stormwater. That we did not want to budget that in an area and put a cost. But there are reoccurring costs in departmental, or is it strictly, so like here I'll just go down the line. On page 41, audit. First, here's my point. The total cost of non-departmental is $1.8 million, and that's a lot of money for non-departmental. I get asked, what is non-departmental? Transfers I can explain, but this year we only got 23,000 in transfers. But if you go back 2 years ago, we had 2.6 million, and the total was 4.8 million in non-departmental. It was like a big portion of our budget, and people can't see where that's going. But like audit, that I understand, that could go to financial services. I know it's for the whole city, or even to try and accurately show a better representation, because non-departmental doesn't really tell anything human resources related. I think potentially could come out of administration, legal ads and recording, legislative or legal, the software, Civic Plus. Can we categorize these funds? Insurance, there it is. Is that like property insurance? That's
Yes.
$411,000.
Yes.
So that's for all of the city's real property? Okay. All right. Well, that would be, I would imagine that the property insurance on,
It's, I don't know what goes into absolutely all of it, but it's the insurance the city has. I can't speak to what the specifics of it.
okay.
My point is it may include general liability, errors and omissions, those sort of things. Cyber security.
Like promotional activities, website, couldn't that come out of culture? There's some like culture, leisure services, parks and recreation and stuff. Like there's more cost potentially in here, not just that department, but I think others that could be blended out. And we don't need to spend a lot of time on that. It's came down, thank you, because I think I've seen some big changes in how the budget is presented that really helps us make better decisions, tells a better picture. But the cost of the C5, Councilmember Shoryak, and the cost of the Cape Center, the other thing was that a lot of those expenditures would show up in our CRA. And so when you would do like when we submit our financials to the state of Florida, the annual financial reports that's required, expenditures, it was like a specialty fund. And so when they would calculate the cost per capita that we're spending on Parks and Rec, it was not the lion's share, like the $6.2 or $7 million, did not even go into that categorization. And it's good accounting. I'm not saying it's bad because it came out of that fund. But if we're going to do that math, the same thing with the acquisition of this property. The city went out and borrowed the money. The CRA is going to repay the city back, but that's not going to, Promenade typically showed up in CRA. So when you're calculating the cost, those are one-time expenditures, not the reoccurring, definitely. But
The recurring, is a
capital
huge part of it.
projects. Yeah.
And
We've spent, if you were to look at a pie chart on culture and leisure services from capital improvements and then look at it from ongoing, it is bigger than just what the general fund shows. That's all I'm saying.
And I was going to ask Councilmember Shoryak, because I talked about this document I put together, because I got totals based with the costs to run that specific facility. So, Mr. Mayor, this was not done with any accounting principles in mind, but what is the actual cost to run the facility? So we had utilities, planned maintenance, fire prevention, administrative costs, fixed costs, which included staff, and then revenue generated by the facility.
Mm-hmm.
And then the difference is what I put in. Now, that doesn't have insurance in there, but it has everything, all of the basic costs to run that facility.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the document I'm looking at, might be where, because I just shared that.
Right, I looked at that, that is pretty much the same numbers we got a few months ago. I know Joey had updated them for me a couple months back,
The
but
big-
they came from the long spreadsheet that we
Yeah,
got at the
this
March
one.
meeting.
Yeah.
So
Joint meeting.
the numbers are pretty close, and from the numbers on the C5, I backed out the lawn maintenance, the mowing, the splash pad cost, and yeah, that was at the mowing and the splash pad expense from that, and that's how we got to the $174,826 loss.
I've just leaned towards restructuring because electric bills and those, just try it differently over the short run. If we fund this, we also fund things for a year. Why not consider funding it for 6 months, which gives some runway and to go, and then some of the city staff survey ideas was opening certain days of the week, remember that? But also, I think volunteers, it takes a full-time, well-paid person to lead a volunteer program, but like a co-op, they pay gym membership too. So it's like, if you volunteer so many hours, you don't get a membership, but it would dramatically lower, your overhead. And that stuff takes time to sort through. but I would rather try that and, you know, agree to fund it to a certain period of time, but to take on, I think it's 1.6 million, all of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've already spent millions, you know, since the building's opened up.
Right.
I mean, you look at it, just run the numbers, there's $1.2 million out the window.
Yeah, the 1.6 is reoccurring. Yeah, my culture and leisure services, and I plan on sending this spreadsheet to everyone. It's very similar to the one last year, but it's got, right here. Now, this does not shift the numbers from community affairs, and remember there was a consolidation of the departments.
Culture and leisure services.
And also, yeah, culture and leisure affairs. But the trend, right, I think if we go, we're looking at this year, we adopted a budget for 1.7 million. Now, there's some capital in there. Well, not much. Vehicle replacement, the city park upgrades, but current year-to-date actuals, we've spent 1.3 million out of the 1.7 million. So there's 429,000 that's between now and I think our city worked hard to have some savings. But average, it's like 1.5 million over 6 years. So yeah, the proposal this year is 1.6 million. And when I mentioned the cuts earlier, I cut 70,000 out of that, just strictly based on an average. I didn't even touch any of the PERCA items. So I want to just say, your math, that when I said 500,000 earlier, it did not include those items. In fact, I found some of them that Molly and the team put together were very competitive compared to historical trends. And so I could tell that department worked hard to cut, but it does not take away from your point. It is a never-ending reoccurring cost that...
It's only going to get worse as time goes on and the facilities age. There's going to be more and more stuff. We just spent a lot of money fixing up Nancy Hansen that was neglected for years while we built new properties.
We've got the highest, and now this changes year, and if you divide per capita for Parks and Rec, we are like number 1 or number 2 in the county last year or the year before. And so when we, you know, it's like we have a millage rate that's low, but when you're trying to pinpoint the problem, that's a big part of the pie chart. I'm open I explore creative ways. I wouldn't want to do anything just immediate. I would try to get on board with giving some runway and an opportunity to transition. I think we should continue those ideas, and I put it as a top priority, Councilmember Shoryak, like top 3. I'd like to see Cape Center utilize that property, the building, the parking lot that we purchased, the green space, take over Friday Fest, and they manage Friday Fest out of there. They rent that facility, they rent that parking lot, and turn it into revenue. And it's like 6 months, but after that, we can't continue and try to give enough lead time to make it successful. Because I think we have beautiful property there. They could do food trucks, they could do weekend farmers markets, they could do Friday Fest. Maybe we do 2 Friday Fest. You could do live entertainment, all that, and just look at those grounds. And then on the recreation side, those are culture out of the Cape Center. Right now, I think our rec is running it. This is 100% administrative, but I'm talking to everyone. And I've talked to city manager about this in the blur of our conversations, totally a decision. But over there on the rec side, focus not on Friday Fest, focus on pickleball rentals, tennis, the athletics, the recreation stuff, hold tournaments.
We could also get rid of them and turn them into tax-paying businesses on prime real estate on A1A. And as people, everybody will see them in our city, And, because we tore down a building, we spent $1.2 million to tear down a building, put people out of work, and that building paid taxes to the city. I mean,
Let's do the math. I mean,
yeah, I think we didn't need to do a lot of math on this, but I mean, it's pretty easy math. We've got $1.2 million sitting there and no revenue coming from it.
yeah,
What
that math
And
is
no, and we haven't done, and that's been 5 years, or what, 4 years it's been purchased, it's been sitting there.
Yeah, I'm saying the math on other ideas that and compared against what I would
Sure.
agree is easy math. Cutting is easy math, but
And I want to see the property value of that lot now before we.
oh yeah. Okay, so I'm going to add that to the list. Selling assets, that's what you're really talking about, and liabilities.
Even just closing, locking the doors on the Cape Center and the C5, there's $291,000 right there.
What
that
would
we're
the
gonna-
long-term plan be for like a C5 building? You close it.
You find an operator, a gym operator or something that knows what they're doing, that does this professionally. Because if you look at it, we don't have the staff to staff it like a normal business gym.
I
Like if
see.
you go to a Planet Fitness or something, they're open 24 hours, or 5 o'clock they open up to get people that want to work out before they go to work. We open at 8, so we miss that whole market.
Okay.
I mean, we're just, nothing against our staff and everything, but it's just, they've been thrown this thing to try and fix, and I don't think it's really fixable with what we have. I mean, we could staff it forever and maybe get the business in there, but I don't think the numbers are gonna get any better.
And I've had people tell me that they work at the Space Center and Space Force Base, and they're like, by the time that we get out there, it's closed. So we can't utilize the facility in the evening.
It was just like a folly. They throw all this money, and now we're paying the piper for it. And I hate to see the losses continue.
I agree. I think parachuting out, and I'm willing to go aggressive with it, is probably the best. If it's 90 days, we hope to get to this point. 180 days, we hope to be here, and then we'll have to make some tough decisions. But I'm usually from the fan of trying to make, it's not 100% math, but I do believe that the math of cutting it, it's sitting there, it's going to still have costs. You still got to cut the grass, you're still going to have a reduced electric bill.
I accounted for that.
Yeah,
The
okay.
grass cutting cost is not in those numbers.
Yeah, and
Grass cutting and splash pad, they stay the same.
And then there's going to be, I mean, if that's a closed building, right, that's going to become,
We have time, we're not going to be hemorrhaging money while we figure out what we're going to do with it, is my point.
so you wouldn't want to, I would not want to sell that property.
I don't think we can just yet
Well,
because of the CRA and that
that's
kind of
just
stuff.
always been a park,
Yeah.
always been a green space, it's always been.
No, yeah, but do something with that building that will not lose us $175,000 every year.
I think
I
we're
mean,
on
we
the same
have
page.
exercise classes at Nancy Hansen. We have them in the library. We have pickleball at Nancy Hansen. The only thing that they're going to lose is the gym. And, do that. And we had the indoor basketball courts, but we tore down basketball courts that kids could use any time to make them pay to go inside during certain hours. So it just really doesn't make sense.
It's really sad, and it is not anything with our city staff. It's just the demands of that building. We used to do a lot of simple, easy, we're talking about Reindeer Run again, like these little simple things, and I don't even expect our city staff. What they do well, and they've been able to maintain. But the little stuff that people love, like Reindeer Run, we hear it. It's a lot on them, and it's too much to ask. And I totally get it. They're running a full-blown operation over there. So my hope is we can figure out a way to make it a success. But I will split it with you, Councilmember Shoryak. From my 2 cents is I'm willing to put a deadline on it. And you have to say when is too far. We need 3.6 million. Well, it's been up for about 4 years. Parks and Rec used to be $500,000, $600,000. I mean, there's where. Why did the budget, not just talking about this last year, have to pull from reserves so much, right?
Because we built all these buildings we didn't need.
Prior councils can say, we always had, yeah, but you didn't have to spill out
Yeah, because I asked a council member, I think in 2019 at a Friday Fest, whether, I said, building all these buildings, isn't that going to raise our taxes? Oh, no, 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 no. Nope, that's what I was told, so.
Oh, 100%. I've sat in this room and it was sold as the CRA. But again, I don't want to point backwards. I want to do something about it. And you have not said much, Councilmember Shoryak, but when you speak, you bring it. So that's a tough decision. My hope would be, again, magic wand, that every employee could be kept, maintained, repurposed. They might have ideas. I hope we do that. But the truth is, we represent the residents of this community, and I see the same data you see. It's right by my house. I can see the activity. They're working really hard. I just think it's set up due to the dynamics of it.
It's guaranteed to
Fail or
lose
be
money.
So
Yeah.
it's nothing. It's the
Mayor?
yes, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt. I would just recommend that any conversation about what we do with anything dealing with our park department happen with our director and staff here, because they have done some calculations on potential savings. I know Councilmember Shoryak has definitely expressed certain numbers that are true and accurate, but there are some other calculations to take into account, doing away with personnel, doing away with the revenue that those facilities do bring in, canceled out by the cost of running those facilities. So I think there's a bottom line number we're potentially looking at, maybe just $1 million in savings at this point when you add all of those factors into play. But I think we might be better served talking about it at a future meeting when the people who actually run those operations are here to participate.
So let's identify and label things we're interested in discussing at a future meeting. I'm one of 5. I'm interested in talking about that further. Councilmember Shoryak. Is there
No, number 2.
Okay. And I think we've talked about revenue sources. We've obviously talked about beach parking. We've got data, and I think we're going to have to go, here's 10 things we could do. Here's timelines. Which ones do we do first? Which ones do we need to start today? And try to attack it from that. And are there any other comments, Councilmember Shoryak, or anyone that'd like to speak to what Councilmember Shoryak has initiated? I didn't want to steamroll it, but
I think everything's on the table.
okay. Thank you, City Manager. I appreciate it and agree. I think, did we schedule it on the 18th, our next workshop? Okay. Well, having, I think, a list of things that can fit within the team's bandwidth, that's 1. Revenue sources is 2, with really 2 focuses. 1, which one are we already, obviously tax rate we're taking care of. We're talking about increasing that, but what other ones can we potentially increase that we already have? I'm just going to say, and then also new ones, like the special assessment, that's just really restructuring. I'm just going to say software. That's, I think, the best way. It's not just pro tramps, but software. Obviously, fees, whether it's short-term rentals and the equity. I mean, we're going to approach that. With the tax rate, the amount of funds that I identified for, I just want to share this with the council, not to take action. Again, this, I might, once I have a chance to talk with city staff, say, no, this is all makes sense. But like I said, it was roughly $567,000 in revenue, potentially extra. And I've got roughly, nope, that's the wrong, I apologize, council, I was on the wrong line item. There's roughly $500,000 in cuts, little less, and then there's $500,000 in revenue, which has I think it was like $800,000 in positive. I think Mayor Pro Tem Jackson, you had talked about seeing some things without getting into it that you would potentially reduce or?
Yes, I had questions about those taxes, the utility taxes, so I've got all of these. I would love to be able to look at heat maps for our 2 largest contracts. Not that I want any of that reduced. I was questioning whether we could, do we have the option to increase the local half-cent sales tax?
I think that fits in that local government revenue bucket, but absolutely, if there's anything.
Because I personally, as somebody that lives here, wouldn't mind paying a full cent, or 2 cents on something to help with our city, and that's a low-hanging fruit. It doesn't have a whole lot of income in there, and that could be increased. Then, of course, like you talked about, all the contracts, I wanted to make sure that we had our Waste Pro contract was actually, we're getting the revenue for that, and it looks like we are, that it's, the revenue is, is meeting what we're being billed for it. Plan review, we had a CIP item with plan review for software that was pushed out, so I was glad to see that. I don't think we need to spend on that right now. And I want to thank staff on what all they've done, because they've done a lot to bring this down since we started this whole process.
And in the current year, that's been the biggest challenge, is the budget was passed, it's not balanced, and city manager and the team had to come in and figure this out. And thankfully, it's been with some sacrifices, but we're looking ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
No problem. Now, one question, this is my enterprise background, so I don't want BCSO or Chief Quinn to freak out, but with the amount that we're paying for our services contracts with the fire department and BCSO, like we have firefighting equipment and $149,000 tag on some equipment that was needed for this year. And with the amount we're paying, why are we paying for the equipment?
Yep, I went through those budgets too. I think those are good questions. And some of this might be good reasons why, but again, partnerships and working with us through the years.
Yeah, and it's not that I'm saying cut them off forever, but as we look at trying to replenish our reserves, whatever we can get them to work with us on. But I'm like, when you're paying millions for something, normally you're not paying for the equipment for it. Whoever the contractor is that you're getting that service from pays for the equipment. So that's something I had questions on. Let me see. I'm going through some of these, Mr. Mayor.
Do we not, do we just split that 50-50, the fire department?
With the board.
I mean, is it based, because I'm wondering, can we look at like how many calls for service?
Yeah.
See, that's why I was saying I wanted to see a heat map.
Yeah.
And what another fire chief had told me in another county is to look at the heat map, because that'll tell you where the calls are coming from. And I've questioned this before.
He's working on that. I've had a talk with city manager, and he's already got some data. I think my concern with these conversations, though, is they can happen in the coming months, but when will they go into effect, right? Will it happen by the end of this year? Maybe on some small things. I think we're really talking about several months out, but I believe without that we will find an increase. The port pays 100% of, like, if they get a new fire boat or something for the fire department, they don't put that on the city of Cape Canaveral. And BCSO, the demands from them to run the port, especially when the ships are in, They allocate all that out. I think we got 34 deputies, and I think we can go through those.
And Mr. Mayor, and
Yeah.
we should, because that's getting in too much detail for tonight. But I will say, with what we're looking at with the, with setting the millage rate and, and what we're proposing, wanting to be on the higher end, but potentially not being at 10%, I say we go somewhere in the middle of the road between rollback and that 10% for tonight, because I don't believe that we're going to want to do 10% in the first place. I don't think there's one of us sitting up here that is in favor of doing that. And I think with the amount of things that we've all looked at, trying to identify a way to minimize costs and run more efficiently. And I'm with you. I don't really want employees impacted and things like that. I know how hard staff has worked to present this information and how much they've decreased this budget already. But I believe there's ways that we can take care of some of these things as we move forward. So I propose that we look at like a 6.04 or a 7.04, setting it for tonight, that we can reduce as we look at how to bring those expenses down.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is the new sheet our director put together? Okay. So when you said between 10%, you're talking about the 10 mills,
Yeah, 10 mils.
not the 110%.
Right.
Okay.
And so, like, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at the new sheet here. So do 6 or 7, because we know I'm unwilling to go to 10. So if I go in between the rollback rate and 10 at a middle of the road rate, then for me that's the way to set it, and then we can go from there, looking at how to further reduce and modify what we've got expenses wise.
Mayor, if I may recommend, the ordinance says you have to have a restoration plan in 2 years, and your starting point might want to take into account your 2-year millage rate, so you can restore your plan in 2 years. You're bound by ordinance, so we'll have to have a conversation of, if you're going to go to a 4-year plan, how are you going to do that in relation to the ordinance?
Can we see that slide that had the millage rates with the number of years?
Yep. And again, just to reiterate, that's the main issue. Your ordinance, you're bound by the ordinance to restore the unassigned fund balance within 2 years, and there's a set millage rate for that. So you'll have to determine, if you want to do something more than 2 years, how do you, and I want to choose my words carefully, but how do you take that into account with what the ordinance says? And the attorney may need to weigh in on that.
And so if you look on FY27, a 4-year plan, as we looked at that, whoops, where'd it go? Back one. Okay, there we go. Whoops. Okay, that works too. Well, no, well, it does. But if you look at the 4-year plan, it's 6.4352 mils. So it's still somewhat in that range like I was talking about. But once again, we may have to vote to suspend our resolution or whatever the city attorney tells us, although you told us that in a prior meeting. But how many years did we want to look at, Mr. Mayor? I mean, you have mentioned 4, and there's our example of what 4 would look like.
Oh, go ahead.
No, please, I'm going to let a few of the others talk, and then I'll let you know. Councilmember Willis?
Well, I think that the 4-year plan would be reasonable. It does bring down the millage rate. Of course, what we're seeing on screen right now doesn't account for anything that we find that we can reduce. But it does put us in a position where we don't put a astronomical number out there in the public.
And I agree on that.
Any other comments? I'm happy to comment.
No, I'm in agreement with that as well.
Okay. Councilmember Shoryak, are you commenting?
Good, I guess, to her point, if we put out 10% millage rate, we're gonna, the headline's gonna be, well, even if we put 6 out on the trim notice, the headline is gonna be Cape Canaveral doubles taxes. And I'd rather see that than triples taxes, or 4 times, so.
I could tell you, if the residents of Cape Canaveral are not paying attention to our budget situation right now, they ought to be, and they should be paying attention to these conversations, because when you determine a millage rate, you're definitely saying, what's the equilibrium at that point going to look like? How much more are we going to reduce our projected expenses in relation to what it is you anticipate bringing in? Also in relation to whatever fund restoration plan that you're going to implement. And I would just say, the lower you go tonight, despite how the residents may feel about a higher millage rate, the lower you go tonight, the more you definitely will be focusing on reducing expenses as opposed to generating revenue. And I just don't know if you're there yet. Just listening to your conversations, I think you may need some more time to talk about how we can decrease our expenses. You've had a lot of big picture conversations tonight.
Okay. Councilmember Shorey, did you have anything else? Yeah, okay. I think, let me just process this. The number, okay, let's start with the code, because that's, the code clearly stated what is supposed to happen. We've went through this over and over again. And then I found the old language that got struck out that said, so like we said, after the audit, the city manager, not the council, shall, not perfect language, notify the council, right? So there's two parties, really 3. You got an auditor, the city manager. They did not expect the city council to go in and understand the audit. That's an administrative thing fully. The city manager presents the audit. I think we understood everything we were presented in those meetings. And then it said during the budgeting process, we'll take action. Tonight is the beginning. The first vote for is significant, 40% of our revenue for that. And we know that this conversation should have been happening last year. So we are carrying 2 years. So I think it's a no-brainer to answer the question. 2-year plan to me is not reasonable. I also think we have got, this is very specific. The overhead cost, like I said, I didn't want to suspend the code, but I'm also not against taking more time to comply in good faith. This council has done everything I think the residents wanted them to do. When you go back and you watch, and we're at a moment here that we're going to carry, the residents are going to carry something. And so I don't want to do that. The amount of reserves that we actually need, I do not believe is as high as the number we're shooting for. So that's the first thing I want to say. We're talking cutting expenses. I'm saying if something happens to that level of severity, the operational cost is not defined, and I know GFOA says 2 years or 2 months worth. To me, that is that's the first thing. So I'm questioning the amount of reserves without moving the percentage, and I think I get it. Councilmember Petsos, Mayor Rocky Randalls, Councilmember Hogue, Councilmember and Dr. Shannon Roberts, who is with us, voted that in, not tonight, in 2008. We can talk to them. Our city attorney was in those meetings, and I read the minutes, and I'm like, what were they doing? They were just trying to have some sort of formalized cushion in there. So, but they did not get into the level of, I think, the realistic needs, and they never imagined that 2 years would have to make up 2 years. It would be 4 years. So I'm on the 4 minimum, and I'm also questioning the amount of money that it would take to run essential services. I'm very confident that we can cut out of the expenses today far easier than the things you were talking about, Councilmember Shoryak. Again, $500,000. I believe that out of the budget today. Do we have any indication on where we're going to end this year in expenses? I think that the document that we have shows our expenses, the balance according to, I know it's probably not all reconciled and up. But I'm looking at current $44 million? No, that can't be right. No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. We're at 22 million? But we're under that, right? Well, we have to be. Do we have any estimation on where we're going to be in total expenditures, obviously reoccurring cost, by the end of this year? If we had to take a best guess, what will our actuals be by the end of this year? Do we know where that is?
Not this very second, not tonight, but finance is working on getting the financials accurate and up to date. So we can say, if not sooner, we will have the latest monthly financials available, and once we have those available, we can project the rest of the year accurately.
Well, we budgeted 22 million. Do we know if we're going to, if we reduced, we're not going to probably pay out 22 million, right? I don't think we would.
No, we've already not spent this year 1.5 million.
Okay.
So, but the difference there is about 750,000, 800,000 in the green at the end of the fiscal year. But we can get a more accurate number, as Joey is saying, once we calculate the latest monthly.
Well, if this is correct, in 24-25, the actuals are 18 million. And that's not reoccurring costs. That's got outgoing transfers. It's got some capital improvements in there. I think those reoccurring costs, that operating overhead slide, my thing is right here, page 4. So operating expenditures and personnel, that was the number, it was the 17.9 million, right? But we've got to have 400,000 in capital and then another 1.8 in non-departmental. So I'm looking at actually 20 million in general fund expenditures proposed for this year. That's not really a reduction in expenditures over, and we can get into this, but our expenditure, the one way that I measure is did we spend, our population is not growing, we're shrinking. Did we spend more or less? And I'm really interested in just the reoccurring, and it's going up every year. So we're growing, and some of it might be for good reasons, but we can't afford to grow. And so I know it's not apples to apples, but I will say we have to reduce our operating expenditures over last year and the year before, or at least the average, for us to get on a sustainable path before we go in on millage rates. And I know some of those might be tough cost CIPs one time, but we have some overhead costs that we need to take on and not put that on the taxpayers. If a vehicle does not get purchased, or it's rusty, or it's got a problem, or we can sell a vehicle, or we can do little things like that, that's great. If we can shrink our service contracts on cutting grass, and employees want to help out with that and do that, that's great. Those are not major ones, but some of the overhead, we will go through it on the 18th. I will try to send this out to everyone prior, but I can tell you that I'm very confident we can, and I'm more or less saying we have to reduce, because every year we end up spending more and more, and that's the problem. And Councilmember Shoryak, you hit one of the bigger drivers that is harder to justify in every city. And so with that, and with the work our city manager's already done, on top of the actual critical intent of the contingency to keep operations going, with a policy, we have, I think, we have the opportunity, I'll be open and honest as we're looking at the thresholds. If we set it at 6.02, that's going to bring in, wait, where was that? I lost it. Is it the, maybe this isn't this.
6.43. Oh, it was the other slide that says 6.02.
Yeah, if we can go to that one, I'll wrap up here. So the 6.04 requires a unanimous vote.
Wow, not tonight.
I know it, but I'm giving a glimpse into the future. I will cut as much as I need to cut. I'm one vote before we go to that tax rate. So I am not going to be a part of that unanimous vote. I'm just giving some future. Now, that doesn't mean that the people voting for it tonight, and it might be me too, that any of us are saying that. I'm not saying that. But I would rather feel the pressure to reduce expenditures further before, and that's just being realistic. The reserve, the ordinance, the policy is not the highest priority, the fund reserve. The highest priority is to cut spending, and then we will actually have some reserves. The problem is we can reserve all we want, but there's going to be cost overruns. There's major cost. This city has got way beyond what the average Cape Canaveral resident wants and desires. And I know our city, here's the final thing, and I'll let you talk, Councilmember Shoryak. I've said this in the past, and it's always been something difficult. I would like to set a tax rate first, and then let's build a budget around that. And what we've done is baseline budgeting, where we take last year's and we bump it up a little bit and we go. We've talked about zero-based budgeting, which is similar, but the residents are first, the constituents, and yes, this city, I do not want to compromise, and I do not believe we'll compromise any public safety or essential services. I think we can do it, but I've put hours into getting to this point, and it's not for tonight's meeting. That's why I don't want to go into it, because it'll just make our heads spin, and I want to talk with our city manager before going into it. But we're going to have to make some big cuts for me to support a unanimous tax increase at all. And I'm willing to have extremely tough conversations with our largest expense providers, or our largest. I'm willing to talk with sheriff, fire, but they've got jobs, and I'm willing to make tough decisions for other departments. There is no desire, and it's not anyone's fault other than, at this point, ourselves if we continue down this path. So that's all I have to say, and I want the council to know, I got the sense that maybe we're not going to be able to cut much more, so we're going to have to go. I am focused on cutting as much as possible, and I do not want to give a tax increase because, well, if we do, if it happens, because I am open to listen and change my mind, that tax rate has to only be to cover essential services. We cannot set a tax rate that covers non-essential services. So I'll stop there.
And Mr. Mayor, that wasn't my intention on saying
No, I know. I'm
that
not
6.0 tonight.
I'm just saying that would require a unanimous in the future. So I'm saying
I believe we have to look at cutting as well, just letting you know. However, for tonight,
I know you do.
I don't want to set a rate that is too low to where we end up incurring costs to have to mail everyone. Just being honest with you, that's why I'm looking at it that way. Although I totally agree we need to look at how we're spending this money. It's not going to happen tonight. That's why I said what I said on putting the millage halfway between, because I don't want to have to mail everyone.
If the pressure came on to cut spending because we set a rate too low, I would rather do that. As our city manager said, is the pressure is going to go on cutting spending as opposed to revenue. I would rather have the pressure to cut spending and then turn around and pay $6,000 to remail everyone if it was the wrong choice. That's the pressure this council, in the past, you sat here with me, you did last year. We cut, I brought 500,000 in, and I think we ended up cutting like 250 or 300,000. I brought proposals to cut. Not all of them were cut. The council, the city staff, everyone worked together. I'm not saying I did anything. I was with Councilmember Willis, Mayor Pro Tem. We worked really hard in that meeting, and we walked away with a little bit, and it wasn't enough. So,
Point of order,
yes.
I need to make a motion to extend the meeting.
And I'm done. I don't want to keep us any later, but I feel like maybe I wasn't, well, I just wanted to be clear that I don't want to do what we did last year, and I was very proud of what we did last year, but I've learned so much over these past few months, and it has really, really upset me to see our council being attacked and blamed on things. And I went through every meeting and I watched how hard we worked, and we asked so many good questions. And the reserve was brought up, and we overcame that. And the data we were presented did not represent the reality. That's my opinion. And the people I don't expect them to. There's a few out there that I can tell they've watched and they went back and they've said, well, let me see what they gave you. Let me see what the code says. Let me see this. That's my opinion. And to think that it's gone and we passed budgets that were healthy as presented with contingencies, with big projects. We gave handsome raises. We increased retirement pensions. And frankly, I would have not done any of that knowing the circumstance. And I love our city staff. I would have not approved one increase to those. And I was so excited to do that. But that was the most irresponsible thing, hindsight looking, is we did that to people that I truly appreciate and love. It's not us. We're working together. I've said it. I want the highest paid employees in the county, and they do a really good job. And if we can have less that do a good job, that's great. It's not about pushing down on that. But that conversation, looking back, because you can see hindsight now, the timing that those things were coming to us, we weren't presented information, and that really upsets me. And so, yes, I have got a bit of fire in my eyes to move forward through this, and I do not want to do anything other than what is necessary to not increase taxes 1 penny, accepting we might. I do not accept we have to increase taxes. Now, I might change my mind on that, but I'm going to go in full force with everything that I have control over, that I can look at a resident and say, no, we did this, 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 or we had to increase taxes if that's the way, but look at what we did here. And so if we want to go forward with the middle of the road, that's fine. In the future, I'm going to have a hard time saying I would support that. And if I'm wrong, I would rather mail to have the pressure that we absolutely need to have to find the money and to cut wherever we can. And then we can talk about, and if revenue comes about all this stuff we're talking, we can give we can do exactly what we want within our city. And that's all I got to say. So, thank you.
I'll second the motion.
Let's extend to 10:15, or do you want to extend to 10:30? Okay, I make a motion to extend to 10:15.
I'll second.
Got a motion by, did I just miss that earlier? Did you make a motion and I just, did I completely ignore you? You guys got to stop me for that. I'm sorry. I really just,
You're on a roll.
I
I'm gonna stop you.
glitched there. No, that's not right. I'm sorry about that. Sorry. Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion? Hearing none, City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King. 4. Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shorian.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
Okay, so that's all I have to say. Thank you again, and I do apologize for doing that. That was not intentional. I was, I guess, in a heavy train of thought there, because this is heavy, and it really is important. So, with that, do we have is it 6.04? And I hear you loud and clear, and I'm not saying that anyone's for this number. I get the rationale. I really do. Is that the number?
Well, that's what I'd said, but I'm not making a motion on it.
I will, just to get this ball rolling. I move that we select the millage of 7.0410 as a ceiling for further discussion on how we are going to balance the budget moving forward.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember King and a second by Councilmember Willis on the proposed rate, the 7.04. Is that right, Councilmember King?
Yes, that is correct.
7.041 as written and presented in front of us here. Any discussion on the item? I do just want to go right down that line. Make sure we know what we're looking at here. This is $5.7 million in additional revenue. I would imagine that the total revenue before so that's what impacts the general fund, right, Joey? 5.7?
Yes, one way to clarify this is to bring up another document that we've prepared. Pull up the other one. The one we made. So this, I'm realizing this does not have the exact 7.0410, but this will, I believe, will help clear up a lot of confusion about the calculations that go into the net that we've been talking about. So over on the left, you have your proposed general fund amount, and then you will see your revenue related to your proposed general fund millage. That's that first box, that's your revenue. The second box is your CRA expense. So you have your revenue and then your expense.
But that money goes, that is the CRA's money. We can spend that money in the CRA.
Correct. So then you have your general fund net revenue.
Mm-hmm.
And I apologize for the small print, but that top number is 4.7 million. So that is the net revenue to the general fund. And then over on the right is the difference. So as you see, as you go down the column, the difference gets higher. So those are all the numbers that go into the net difference, which is the net difference presented on the tax chart that we've been looking at before. So when you ask, what is the general fund revenue? It's that first kind of box on the left. That is what the general fund makes in revenue.
Mm-hmm.
But as revenue increases, so does the expense.
This is great. Thank you. This is exactly what I think we needed. So basically, the two revenues, what's called a CRA expense is also a CRA revenue.
Correct.
It's an expense to the general fund.
Yes.
Okay, I see. So the one, we'll just say it's a little over, but the 7 mil would be 14,450,000 to the general fund. Out of that, 3.9 million would go into the CRA, which means 10.4 million would stay in the general fund.
That is correct.
Okay. Which is 5.7 million over the rollback rate.
Yes, 5.7
then what
over
we would achieve.
what we currently have proposed.
Okay. So we're at 6.5 million. This would be 14.4 million. What would that be as a percentage increase?
I'm sorry, which number exactly?
If like when we go out, we're going to have to write the increase in taxes. I could write, maybe it's expenditures, but I think, yeah, every year the resolution would, maybe that's on final. Just need to calculate the increase from the revenue, 6.538 million to the 14,450,000. What percentage increase is that from 6.5 to 14.4? It's over double. Pretty close. I think it's a little more, but not, yeah, I think.
121%.
121%, is that? Yeah, just an estimate.
Yes.
Okay. So we are going to increase taxes because it's really about revenue. I don't like speaking in mills, residents. It's confusing, rollback rate. I hate it. Revenue, because that's what everyone understands is dollars.
Mayor, may I say something
Absolutely.
in the discussion? I just want to remind everybody that this is not what we're voting on as their taxes. This is just the ceiling so that we can negotiate and talk more about maybe bringing those numbers down as we look at, as the city manager put it, equilibrium. What we no longer provide in terms of services or whatever, compared with what we end up keeping. Am I making sense to you?
I know it very well.
I'm concerned that if people and whether we had picked 6 or 7 or 8, that people are going to interpret this as, oh, my taxes are going. No, this is not about your taxes at this point. This is about just giving us a little bit of leverage, a little bit of room to begin continue the serious negotiations about what the final number is going to be.
But it's mailed out to every person that pays taxes.
I
in the city.
understand, but I
And
want
they're
it for
all
the
gonna
record. I want it
understand
for the
that.
record tonight, that that's not the tax base, that's not those, that's not what they're gonna be paying necessarily. We haven't voted on that. We're just voting on a ceiling right now.
But no, I think that what's absolutely, I am not even, I don't think that it's necessarily the perception of the residents. It's the fact that we got 6.5 million. And that's over double. And that would completely restore the fund, and that's directly putting it on their backs. Now, we're not voting this, I get that, but I can say, do you see how far that down is? Unanimous is at 7.
Mm-hmm,
Unanimous is at 6.
mm-hmm,
Unanimous at 5.
right, right.
This is, there's a reason.
And 4.
You don't need unanimous to lower taxes, right? Or 100, if you lower taxes by 100, and there's a reason why. It's because spending has gotten out of control, and we're one of the better cities, I do believe, in some of the stuff I read and see, but we've doubled in 10 years, and now we're going to turn around and double the tax rate. And the message that I read in hindsight looking at is that we didn't increase taxes. This makes that statement, in my opinion, somewhat true, and it will absolutely fix the problem. It will fix it. There's no debate. It's the easiest way to fix it. Little mill, boop, 14 million rolls in, we got a reserve, we're good. That's not the problem. We still got 20 million here, and so I just can't even see myself, we're 3 unanimous votes, 4 unanimous votes away.
So you're talking about appearances.
I'm just saying, like, that to me, that doesn't put, there's no scenario I would support that.
I understand.
There's no,
I
As
understand.
a final vote or a tentative vote? I mean,
as a final vote.
right, this
Right.
is a
So why are we
tentative,
gonna-
and doesn't have to be unanimous tonight.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. I want to support tonight a little bit over what I could see myself supporting. I strictly look at this as, I mean, that's excessive. That is way too much. And I don't need the flexibility. Frankly, I don't want the flexibility. I want the pressure to get this down. That's what I'm really saying.
I'm with you. I'm going to read the column from the trim notice. Your tax rate and taxes this year if proposed budget change adopted. So what that means to me, if I got that in the mail, it's like, holy cow, my taxes are doubling this year. More than doubling. And I really don't, I agree, I don't want to put something like that out.
All right, so do I rescind the motion at this point?
No, it was, you got the conversation. I don't think you need to rescind it. I think if it can just,
Point of order.
Point of
we
order,
need to- Yeah, we need to extend the meeting.
hopefully we learned our lesson last time we did like 6 of these. Just like the trim, you can give yourself a little bit more.
I'm going to make a motion that we extend to 10:45.
Now we got some flexibility.
I'll second.
If I may, before we, I'm sorry, after you vote. Go ahead.
I'm just going to get the motion. Do you want it?
Well, go ahead, I can wait. We just want to talk about staff here for a moment.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson and a second by Councilmember Willis. Is there any further discussion to extend? Did we get the time? 10:45. City Clerk?
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson,
4.
Councilmember King,
4.
Mayor Morrison,
4.
Councilmember Shoryak,
4.
and Councilmember Willis.
4.
Motion passes 5-0 to extend to 10:45. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to confirm if the rest of the evening is going to be about the millage rate, and you're not going to need staff for anything else, I'd like to cut them loose.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
please.
thank y'all.
Except for Joey and the clerks. Everyone else out there, can go.
Thank y'all.
Thank you,
Yeah,
staff.
thank you.
Okay. Yes, and thank you for that. Yeah, so I don't want the flexibility to that level.
Let me rescind the motion and let somebody else make a motion with a number that is more feasible, I guess.
Yeah, maybe we just talk through it a little bit more, and then we can, I think, put a motion forward that we, I think, feel good about. At least if 3 people feel good about it, you know that that's all you need. If I'm over here grumping and groaning, y'all can still move forward. But a motion was made, a second was made. City Attorney, Councilmember King wants to rescind. Is that?
You can with unanimous consent of the council.
Let's take that up here.
Yep, there's unanimous consent.
Do we have
then-
unanimous
Yes.
consent? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Hearing none. Unanimous to rescind the motion. There you go, Councilmember King.
Make a motion to adopt a millage rate of 4.00.
I will second that motion.
All right, a motion and a second does not mean that you support. So for the sake of discussion, we got a motion by Council Member Shoryak and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. This time, any discussion on the motion to adopt a proposed millage rate of 4.00? My consistent with the last one, that's $8.2 million. That's going to put $2.2 million out of that 8 into the CRA, an expense to the general fund, but we can spend $2.2 million in the CRA. We'll have that 8 in the general fund. Which, well, that is the 5.9 million left in the general fund. After that, and that's 1.2 million more than the rollback rate. Am I reading that correctly? Okay.
May I say something?
Absolutely.
I would like to point out that a millage rate around 4 would give an additional revenue of about 1.2 million. And given that the budget is currently at roughly 4 million, then that difference would go from 4 million down to about 2.8 million. So to balance the budget, we would still have to cut an additional 2.8 million and then plan how to restore reserves.
All right, Joey, that is very helpful. So basically, I heard the first part. Maybe just go through it one more time, if you don't mind, please. I want to make sure I got it.
So to put it in context, the current budget we have is about $4 million out of balance. So we need to make up $4 million to be in balance. With this millage rate around 4, we would be making up around $1.2 million. Therefore, the budget would still be out of balance by about $2.8 million. So we would still have to balance the budget and find a way to make up another $2.8 million just to balance the budget. And then we would have to worry about rebuilding reserves on top of that.
That's the equilibrium we've been talking about. Raising revenue 1.2, bringing it down 2 point whatever.
Question for Joey. Where did the money that built this building, the Cape Center Community Center, where'd that come from? Where do we borrow that from?
The City Hall building we're in, I'm not sure, but the Cape Center and C5, that was taken out, debt was taken out of the CRA to pay for those buildings. And we're currently paying them back still. Last year is the last year of payment of
Okay,
that.
so we borrowed the money from the CRA's funds?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Last year was the last debt service payment for which one?
I'm sorry, next year is going to be the last debt service payment of the loan we took out, the about $6.5 million loan we took out to pay
Yep.
for the construction of the Cape Center and the C5.
And that debt service payment annually is going to
So
relieve how much?
About $680,000.
So we will basically free up $680,000 when that's paid off next year of annual cash flow?
Correct.
And the
Correct.
year prior, didn't we just retire another $700,000?
I think
On
2
this-
years or so ago.
Okay,
Yes.
so
I guess why I asked that, because we're sweating how to rebuild the reserves. If something catastrophic happened tomorrow, and right now we don't have any reserves, can we borrow from the CRA? The city, who's that? I'm not sure who asked about that.
city attorney would be probably the best. Depends.
I'd have to look carefully at that issue in terms of borrowing. The CRA, on the other hand, can't expend fund for CRA purposes.
Like, say something happened and we can use CRA funds to fix whatever happened in the CRA geographic area.
And rather than borrow money, the CRA could technically expend funds for CRA purposes that may have been a general fund item in a particular budget year. Some of it's kind of an offset, but whether the CRA can actually loan money back to the city, it's a real technical nuance question that I would have to look at, because there are some spending requirements for CRAs. They can't technically hold money. They have to expend it.
Okay.
I'm not sure there's a provision about loaning money back to
Well,
the city.
Because didn't they already loan the money to the city for the buildings?
They agreed to pay for a CRA expenditure. The building was a CRA expenditure.
Okay.
So this city hall, it was like a $4.2 million note. It was a private lender.
There was some private lending.
The
I can't remember
CRA
the details.
revenue, TIF that comes in. I mean, the city has the credit worthiness, right?
I mean, that's, I'm just kind of,
The pledge.
because I don't want people panicking, hey, we don't have any money if, we get a storm or something, can we borrow it from somewhere if we ran into an
Well, that's what I
emergency?
was saying. I mean, just realistically, like this happened they've been scraping from the reserves when it was high, and we've saw big chunks taken out and no one knew. And that to me was some of the worst things I'm going back, and killed a very healthy reserve. And then we're trying to fix this long-standing problem. And the way we can fix it, right, I think, is to approach it like, let's be realistic here. And to go, we have interlocal relationships. And if something was really happening bad, that impacted our community, I'm talking about, we want to have reserves in tomorrow, next year. But if it was 4 or 5 years that maybe we didn't have, we had a month's worth, or we had 500,000 and we reached that, the port, Cocoa Beach, all the neighboring communities, the county, there's opportunities there. I don't want to be in that position, and our code tells us they don't want us to be in that position. So but you're exactly right. I mean, things are continuing. We're not in a circumstance, but we know as soon as we say that, I'm not aware of any time in history where we needed to operate on 2 months of revenue. And from what I can see, what I have seen is, yes, there's hurricanes. I think 75, Matthew I'm not sure any of these broke a couple 100,000, 50,000, I think was 180, right? You're talking about cleaning up debris and some other related expenses. FEMA is 100% on reimbursing. They just take years and years and years to pay. But just from we expend the money, right? You're waiting on FEMA. You need more money. Well, that's where another interlocal government we know you got 200,000. I don't want to be doing that, but
Right, and we have the
All out
500,000.
of this instead of over 9.
Right, and we had the 500,000 we can borrow from stormwater.
I think.
So, I mean, I kind of want to take the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's the right way to think about it. I think that's the only way we can do this right, and then be the council that puts in the measures in the place, largely, just in my opinion, read the code closely and make sure that this never happens again. And we have that team on
And-
our city staff and council. I believe that.
And I think to ensure this never happens again is maybe, and it's not for this budget season or anything, but maybe we look at, put something in our charter that if you're building a new facility or something over a certain amount, you put it to the voters. So that, and I'm sure a $6 million expenditure would not have passed the voters if they had all the facts.
It might have been a $2 million facility. It might have been $1 million. This might have been a $2 million city hall, not a $4 million. That's, the tile might have looked a little different. The moldings might not have been like this, right? It's nice. It better be. But here we are. And I think, yes, $4 million, that's based on the $20 million overhead annual. So Joey just helped us understand the impact, and you've established that the deficit would still be 2.8, you said?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so that 4.0 mil leaves us with a $2.8 million deficit in no reserves, right? That does not include reserves. So reserves are at 0, $2.8 million deficit. I'm going to say that 2.8 is based on 2 months, or no, reserves are based on.
2 months, that's your deficit, 2.8.
Yeah, I think the reserve target, would be like 3.2 million roughly. It's like 1.6 million a month or something. I think 2.8 is actually closer to the reserve that we would need for critical services as opposed to the 3. But that's okay. We can cross that bridge later. All right, well, we got a motion on the floor. We've got 2.8 million. So that can be closed on a couple of things. Other revenues, obviously reductions.
Mayor, regarding other revenues, I mean, we've talked about what municipalities can and cannot raise, and we can go back and check again, but I think the city of Cape Canaveral is bringing in the amount of revenue that it's lawfully allowed to bring in based on what we already have in place.
Okay.
We'll continue to look at that, but we have been digging into that. I don't anticipate additional revenue streams unless you vote on them. Paid parking is potentially one, but that's not going to be realized for quite some time yet, and you're going to have to deal with the community's desire or lack thereof for paid parking and what that would bring. If I may, I would just like to weigh in on a higher millage rate to be more prudent and not so, and I don't mean this negatively, but from an ideological standpoint, I think the community understands that this council does not want to raise taxes. I think they understand that from you, Mayor. But this council has never been in this situation before. And we simply, in your opinion, in my opinion as your city manager, is we still do not know enough about where we can and cannot cut. And to set the bar so low at this point at 4 mills, and tomorrow then we still have to cut 2 point whatever million. And I don't think anyone up at this dais knows where that's going to come from. I mean, we can speculate, we can talk about Parka, we can talk about, but it will involve personnel without question. And I think from a millage standpoint, I don't know how dialed in the public really is. And if they get a notice in their mail, and I hate to view it from this perspective, but if they get a notice in the mail that shocks them, then they will pay attention. And they will then weigh in on what matters to them. Since our last council meeting and the last coffee with the city manager, I had multiple people tell me, raise our taxes. We don't want to lose the things that we have. And those people exist. I don't think you've heard from them yet. So I just feel like the community would, and this is your decision, I'll go back to a statement I said in the initial workshop. My responsibility is not to recommend the easiest course of action, but the one that best positions this city for long-term financial success. And if it means getting people to sit up straight on a higher millage rate that you'll end up talking down from there, because I know you will, then that's what it's going to take. I'm thinking long game for this city. I'm not thinking about the short-term number that the residents are going to get in their millage. And since we're so hard-pressed to not spend money and trying to cut, I don't know what it would cost to spend money on a mail-out to correct the number, to go in higher. And I don't know how the council will be perceived by the community at that point. So I just thought I would make one last effort. 4 is very low. It's incredibly low. And that staff will definitely they'll have to sharpen more to their pencils, I'll tell you that right now. So thank you for indulging me, Mayor and Council.
You, sir, are greatly appreciated. And when I say the council, I said that earlier, what you have done and with this city staff is one of the greatest things the city has ever went through. So I know you love this community, and anything that you speak about, I respect and understand. I guess it's not so much from what the residents think, it's what I believe and know to be true. Because the residents, if they want to know, I believe, that, and of course I've met residents that say they want to increase taxes. I think the wave on the other side is larger because the sentiment is, what the heck is going on? It started with the city hall. Cape Canaveral changed its culture in 2015-16, and I'm thinking very long term. I guess we might be just thinking about it from two different ways, and I think they're both healthy. And the short game has been, I think, been the focus. What's not sustainable to me in the long term is the path we're headed down. If the two tax decreases, if the tax increase would have went through last year, no one would have known about this. I believe that. Because it happened 2 years prior, the tax increase. I think this would have happened 2 years prior. It was 8 or 9%. Then you watch it, or big loan money will come in. And then that gets put in, committed, and it has been a short-term fix. Get a tax increase, get a loan. ARPA was great because you can put that stuff, and to me it was all wrong, and it was never the intent. It was all short-term focused. Different administration, different time. You are long-term focused. And I do agree that replenishing these needs today at this is a long-term solution. But I do not believe that, the residents, if I sat down and I talked to a video camera for it'd probably take me 2 hours. And you're like, yeah, well, if you're saying that, it's 4 hours. You're long-winded, Mayor. No, but with 2 hours, and I just gave the story, I think everyone in here right now, well, first of all, I think they'd be very mad. And I'm still building the pieces of the story, and I am not going to say anything that I don't have a high level of confidence. But I see this city from a different light. I've been in over 100 50 meetings. I've never missed a regular city council meeting. I've obsessively watched historical meetings going back through the years, and I'm like, what happened? Where did the patterns change? I watched great men like Mayor Rocky Randalls at the time and Mayor Hogue completely be presented with information that I do not believe that they fully understood, and they were always conservative. They kept taxes low for years, and when I came on, we clashed, and it never felt right. And now it all makes sense. So yes, I'm upset because the hurdle we're trying to jump across. If we got 6.5 million, 4 brings in 8.2 million. So that basically, what increase is that? And I'm not looking at just strictly balancing the budget. I understand that rationale and I understand the reserve. But if I plug that in, well, I think it'd be half. If it was 20%, it's probably a 10%. Tommy, you had the math fast last time. Old value times new value divided by old value. No, new value minus old value divided by old value. Isn't that the formula? Tested my arithmetic here. Percentage change. Let me see. Yeah, the 8 million one. And I'm looking at revenue. And you did the revenue, not the rate, I guess?
I did the general fund revenue.
Okay.
So we're looking at from 4.00 to the 3.1675? Is that?
Yeah, the revenue, the 8 million, 8.2 million.
257 to 650, yeah, 26% increase.
Well, how is that possible? I thought the other one was 20%.
120%.
Oh. Okay. I'm losing it. All right, so 26%?
Yes.
Okay. So 26%, and I think would be the largest increase the city's ever seen. So I don't think we're short. I'm just trying to set the conversation. That's it. It'd be the biggest tax increase we've ever seen.
Didn't we have a 20% at some point during
2016.
2016 was the largest
I
one.
walked into that budget that was adopted that, like Councilmember King and Shoriak, I was sitting where they were, and a 20% increase in the residents were furious.
Yeah.
And because it was non-essential. Streets were flooding, problems were happening, and it was too big, too glamorous, and it was the vision of a few people, not the residents of this community.
Right. Now, and I keep going back and forth because I see what we see on this, but going back at a 2, 4-year, 3-year plan, I don't see that slide. So can I see that slide again, Joey?
Well, I think the 7. Oh, sorry.
Wait, well,
I don't think that gives us any room for. We still have a. Basically, we got a $4 million deficit at the 6. So that would give us $2 million to reduce the deficit. We'd still have $2.8 million left, and that's no money in reserves. But yeah, the slide. There would not be enough money to put in reserves, but we would have to cut $2.8 million just to break even at that rate, or increase revenue in other areas, or it doesn't have to be cuts. I hope it's not. I think we absolutely will have to cut some. But that doesn't put any money in the reserves.
yeah.
Is that the slide, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. Millage rates for compliance if Amendment 3 passes. Okay, and then FY28 on a 1-year plan at 8.23. it would be restored. Is that correct, what I'm saying? Okay. Or if we looked at 7.83, just want to make sure I'm looking at this correctly because we keep flipping back and forth. So if we had a 4-year plan to restore it, that takes us out to FY31, right? And what would our millage the first year would be 6.43, the next year 7.111, and on down. And then that would actually restore us on the 5th year, not the 4th, even though it says 4-year plan. At the end of that 4th year, we'd be restored. So, as we're looking at this rate, why would this not be applicable when, because we were looking at 4.40 or 4.04.
It was just a straight 4.0, but obviously that's probably not the wisest. We should.
So, once again, we're back to the original question that we had like 2 hours ago of how many years are we setting our restoration plan? Because you can't just look at that rollback rate and all of that, because we have to look at how are we going to reestablish, right?
Yeah, I think we fund the reserves. We don't fund the reserves out of tax dollars in this year. If we don't do anything, and if we have to in year 2, 3, or 4, fine. But I don't think we try to do that. I think we need to go in this and talk to our neighbors and make sure we've got ourselves covered for 12 months. And then if we can get some revenue and some different things, then we're good. Next year, if that amendment passes, I think we have to get to the 20% as reasonably fast as we can. But I don't think it's as high. I think we need about 2.5 million to be verified at the most. So.
Well, and that was the normal reserves back in the day anyway.
And it was on a lower operating cost. No, they had like 4 or 5 million, but they only needed. But yeah, there was. I think it's like 1.6 million a month. Is that right? Yeah, because that's 3.2. Maybe I'm off a little.
It's 10:45.
Yep. Okay, so we are at 10:45, and I think. Go back to the other slide just real fast and do
Which one?
the one that we had before, and then you can go right back to this one because I know we're looking at it. So the one that had the mills of 4.
It's the other white slide right there.
Yep, that's the one. So.
You can entertain a motion, Mayor.
They're 2 million apart. Okay.
There's a motion on the floor.
Who made the motion?
Tom did.
And then,
Second.
yeah, Mayor Pro Tem seconded.
Got a motion by Councilmember Shoryak and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Thank y'all. Any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Extend to what time? Sorry.
No, this is on the.
This is on the,
I know, yeah, about time. Sorry, the motion to extend to what time?
no, not,
Oh, you're voting on millage, I'm sorry, okay. And roll call, I do apologise.
I'm confused.
Tom called for
The
a,
4.00 millage rate vote.
May
But
I
are we
confirm?
good with that? Because we've done a lot of discussing, and I don't like
Well,
the 26%.
that's why we're taking a vote.
Yeah.
that's why we're going to take the vote, right?
Well, we got to
To
do
see
the
if we're
time
good with it.
extension no matter what. City
Yeah,
Clerk.
point of
Make a
order.
motion to extend the time to 11 o'clock.
Second.
Sorry about that. We've got a
Oh, what are we
motion-
voting on? The time?
Yeah, the
Okay,
time. Got
all
a
right.
motion by Councilmember Willis, second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Any further discussion?
Kellum?
Jackson.
Or, well,
Whoever this Mayor Pro Tem is.
boy, I'm sorry. I've
It's
served
a-
many years with her, but it is an honor to sit with you today.
I'm sitting in the right spot for that, so I'm going to take
I'm
that.
sorry, Mayor
No,
Pro
that's
Tem
okay.
Jackson. Got a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to clarify, is it a total combined of 4? Is that
Wait a
your
minute, wait a minute,
intention?
we're
We're doing
voting on
the time. We're doing
time.
time
Oh,
Time.
sorry.
Just as bad as me, right?
We
Sorry.
needed that. That was good.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
4.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shariak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
4.
All right, it extends. We do have a motion on the floor for the 4.0 millage and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. And you didn't call the question or anything, right? I think we
We did not.
Okay, so I interrupted Mayor Pro Tem Jackson's slide there, but what I wanted to confirm was between, see, it goes from 3.5 to 4. 4 is the lowest unanimous vote required, right? So if it's 3.9, you don't need a 3.99, there's no unanimous vote needed, right?
It would be unanimous. Anything above 3.5801, and again, this is just the general fund portion of the total millage. So the total combined millage is going to be that number plus 0.0410.
Okay.
So I wanted to make that very clear. This is just the general fund portion of it. The total combined will include the library portion, which is that small 0.0410 on top of it.
Okay, so the 3.58 is a cap. Anything, if it's 3.58, if it's that number, 4 out of 5,
Right.
supermajority.
So up to that, so in between rollback, which is the 3.2546, anything above rollback to that 110% increase.
Mhm.
So anything from 3.2546 to 3.5801 will require a 4 out of 5 vote.
Okay, so 3.5802 would require unanimous.
Correct, yes.
All right, so we would still need unanimous, just that's a very important point with the 4.0. We would have 26% more revenue over 1.7, oh, right there, you did the math, 1.2 million more on the far right. And then the increments are easy because they're even. That's just a weird jump, but they're basically about 2 million for every mill, right? So that's all I wanted to confirm was what the gaps were. I'm ready to. If we had to mail out $6,000 because we wanted to go up a mill for 2 million, that'd be a worthy trade, right? I'm just saying a worst case scenario. That
What was that, Mr. Mayor? Sorry.
if we had to mail out, if we're at 4 mills now, and we go, oh my gosh, that was really dumb. Now we're gonna have to mail the trim notices again. And if it cost $6,000 a dollar head, if there's 6,000 addresses roughly, I don't know, I'm just doing rough, 12,000 to mail everyone citywide. But it meant $2 million more, right? I'm just saying, like, the trick. I don't want to spend $1 on something that the tax collector, but I'm saying if it was a dire circumstance, right? It's not going to stand in our way. Yes, city
Mr. Mayor,
attorney.
yeah, can I just
Please.
want to color that just a little bit. You are correct that if the council were to establish a proposed millage tonight of 4.0, and then you get involved in the budget process further and you realize we can't deal with 4.0, it's going to have to be higher. You are correct, you have to renotice the taxpayers at the city's expense, or the property appraiser will, or tax collector will notice at the city's expense. But you also need to keep in mind that you are under a statutory deadline to adopt the millage. So if you determine that 4.0 is not sufficient, and that's what you noticed tonight to all the taxpayers, then you're going to have to allot enough time to send the notices out before you can even consider adopting a final millage. And if it's late in the process, you may not be able to timely adopt the millage by September 30th of this year, right? Because October 1 is the new fiscal year. The notice period, as I understand, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of at least 10, no more than 15 days, right? So you got to build that into the notice. And the consequences of not adopting a millage rate on a timely basis could theoretically, under the statute, impact some of the revenues that come from the state until such time as the city adopted a final millage. That's some of the consequences. The other consequence, they can actually, tax collector can impound some of your ad valorem taxes that are collected until compliance with the trim statute is achieved. So I just want to keep in mind that there's a time period
Understood.
that you have to take into consideration. Obviously, this is all council's choice here, but I wanted to at least mention that.
I don't want to have to do that. But it's not as easy as mailing. There's deadlines, there's filing, there's consequences. I think we want to be able to get it right. I've said enough. I think we're facing long-term problems that the risk is lowest today, in my opinion, than it's ever been. I believe that. I believe the risk on the path we were headed down was absolutely unsustainable and too high. And so this, to me, is where we are turning a curb, and we are going to head in a healthy direction that I think can make the best out of this and reclaim, I think, the identity that the Cape Canaveral community wants. And I do hope we can protect the small town, Councilmember King, but I hear you loud and clear. It's spooky, especially when you start losing schools. We're at 4 mil. The motion, the second is on the table. That's going to achieve that $8.2 million. I'm willing to go to bat for this and do my absolute best on the cost side. I only have so much control, but I can make good, I think, on some things that we've talked about. And I'm not sure these things are far-fetched. I really don't believe so. And if the rubber hits the road, we're going to have to look into our budget, which I think we can, and I think we absolutely should. So, is there any further discussion on the motion of 4.0 mils? Is there? I don't want to, roll forward. Is there anything that anyone wants to say about a different one, or?
I believe we still have, we're still going to have to look at all the expenses and everything. But like I was saying, I hate spending $12,000 we don't need to spend.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm willing to look at, a rate that's higher. Because going back down from that is certainly better than adopting too low, in my opinion. Them seeing it on their bill, their trim notice that it's going to be that low, and then having to go up. I
want to do that.
No, and I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that we're going to have to look at budget. We've got to get past this, and we've got to have a plan to restore. But that's why I had said a little bit higher at first, because I'd rather drop down. But I can live with the 4.0 if we wanted to, potentially. We haven't gone to look at details yet, or line items that we can actually take care of. So Just depends on whether you want to put a notice out there that's
don't.
too low or high, right?
No, I don't want to have to remail. I know I've said that, right? Like it,
Well, and you're looking at documentation we haven't gotten to look at yet, and I fully expect that, I fully believe that what you're looking at, you know you can, and I believe you can.
yeah, I'm not saying there's 2.8 million here, but I think that there's absolutely to be verified with city manager, and most importantly, if he thinks it's something that's reasonable and good, this council will ultimately decide. This is the spreadsheet that Joey sent me, and I just colored some columns and just ran some numbers.
Right.
And, so, yes,
just-
I think I do see some opportunities. But yes, thank you. I think,
City Attorney, can I amend my motion, or do we withdraw it and do a new one?
Well, it's up to the city council.
Oh.
You could attempt to
Yeah.
Okay.
ask the council if you want to.
I was going to say maybe split the baby, go with 4.5, but, so we're not in too big of a, we don't have numbers for half things, but, yeah, and we have 1 minute left.
Let's extend to, I make a motion that we extend to 1 a.m.
Nope.
too much flexibility. That was like a 10 mil.
Okay, let's see if that will work to where we don't vote on this again. I bet you we finish earlier, don't y'all?
All right.
How about 1 or 11:30?
I like that. And be out in act like we got 2 minutes. How about that?
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Willis. Any further discussion on the time extension to 11:30 p.m.? Hearing none, City Clerk.
4.
Mayor Pro
It's a
Mayor Pro Tem
procedural
Jackson.
motion, so you can just ask.
Oh. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, City Clerk, please let the record show consensus. 11:30 p.m. All right. Councilmember Shuriak, you were talking about going to a 4.5 mil, which would add, thanks to, I think, Councilmember Willis's question. Maybe it
No,
doesn't.
well, hang on, I'll tell you the number in 2 seconds here.
I mean,
I have the number calculated.
what is it?
It would be 1.992 million.
In addition
Yes, in addition.
to the 8.2?
No,
I'm sorry, the total revenue would be
You get 9 million?
9.3 million.
Okay.
how much would the deficit be?
Yeah. So the deficit, if it's currently at 4 million, by going to 4.5 general fund millage would take away 2 million of that deficit. So we would still have a $2 million budget deficit and build reserves after that.
So the deficit was 2.8 million before, now it's 2 million?
Correct, yes.
And this is 9.3 million total? 8.2 to 9.3?
Yes.
And this is a 4.5 mil?
Yes.
Okay.
4.5 general fund. Millage would give roughly $9.3 million
42%.
in revenue.
Say again, Joey?
The 4.5 general fund millage
Yep.
would provide about $9.3 million in revenue to the general fund.
And that's 42%?
We're at 42% increase?
If we keep inching it up by half decimals, we're going to be here until 2 o'clock in the morning. Because I will tell you right now, I'm going to vote against this.
That's helpful. And it does save time. You obviously can disclose, you don't have to do that.
Right.
But it really does help.
Right.
So we can,
So I mean,
and that's
if you're,
what the discussion's
yeah,
for.
if you're going to raise it in increments like that, go for it. And go for the 7%. I agree with the city manager. Let's wake them up. They're not going to like it no matter what we do. If we raise it by increments of half decimals, whatever, they're not going to like it. But they understand why we're doing it, and we're agonizing over it. We're agonizing over it. Mayor, I understand your heart. I know what you're feeling. I understand it. But you know what? Sometimes you got to give it all you got. And I think that the city manager, with his experience and his knowledge about people, understands that when you put something out there like that, they snap up and they pay attention, and now you've got their attention. I wanted to see this room filled tonight. I was disappointed that there was just a handful of people. We want them to participate in this, don't we, city manager?
We do.
So consequently, you're not going to get it by giving them little bitty increments, and then they're going to complain about that anyway. Give them something to talk about.
Okay, so
All
the
right.
room filled, no, I see. I don't see it that way respectfully. I get what you're saying.
I understand.
I think our job is to do our best, and I don't, I want their participation, but I think that's going to create a mess. If I had to pick any meeting, it's gonna create a noise, and then we're working down. And I understand.
We're in a mess.
I think
We're in a mess.
I think we're in the beginning of a big opportunity to correct. We've been in a mess for 15 years. We now got a team we're getting out of the mess for the first time in 15 years, in my humble opinion. It just kept going like this. And this is a 40, I liked the first one better. Thank you for not making the motion. I think 4.0, I think we can absolutely cut 2.8 million or find revenue to replace it to make up the difference. And that is, if I had to say what is the problem, Councilmember King, it's that our expenses are $20 million.
I understand that,
That's it.
but we're not voting on the tax rate tonight. We're only voting on a ceiling. And we need to be able to communicate. If people see that on their trim, they're going to flip out. But this gives us an opportunity to explain to them, look, educate them. And that's been
the problem, though.
Well,
But I respect, I understand. Listen, 3, adopt it. I don't want to stand in the way. I feel that 43% that basically means we got a $2 million to the point. It's really hard to vote on this without getting into the numbers, and unfortunately we were occupied with things that a lot of city councils did not have to do, and we were dealing with. And I feel that some major shifts will put us in where we need to be, and I think it's like 17 million overhead is closer to where we need to be. And if not, the revenue's out there, but the tax, I'm tunnel vision on a 40, that's $10 million out of the community. The other one I hate, $8 million. That one, the 4, I could actually see myself, okay, because that's actually police, fire, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. Those have increased too.
and those are good arguments for when we do take the vote, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. We're not taking the vote tonight. I can't stress that enough.
No,
we're,
I know.
We're providing a ceiling, and those are excellent arguments for when we do take the vote on the millage.
But this is a 26% increase. at
Oh,
4 mills.
you know what? I will
That'll wake 'em up.
negotiate with you and say, okay, 6.
No, you're going the wrong direction.
No, 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 no. I was at 7 before.
Well, I think the motion's at 4. There was a new motion made at 4.5. I don't think you
I
made
He
think I-
rescinded.
because we'll get into that. Will get messy if you keep
Okay.
making motions. We get
All right.
the motion on the table that I have, or motion on the floor is 4 even. You were considering about increasing it. That's it. If there's a desire, Councilmember Shoryak, how do you feel about 4 mills? The original. Are you concerned?
A little bit now.
Okay.
So that's what I was going to pump it up a half a point.
Okay, 4.5? Okay. Any other comments on 4.5? If that's what we want to do, we can move on. I would support that, but I want to hear all thoughts if you disagree. And I think Councilmember King has made it clear she doesn't like that, and I want to.
Well, I just don't think it makes sense. It's not that I don't like it. It's just I'm trying to be logical.
Mr. Mayor, I would love to be at 4, but I think to the city manager's point, I think we need to start a little higher.
And again, we're not married to that number. And don't imagine the joy when we do decide on a millage that isn't as high as we're setting a ceiling tonight. This is only short term. And I'm up for election. I'm putting it on the line.
I understand. I just don't look at it like that, but I understand the way you're looking at it. And you're not wrong. I am not. We just look at it, I think, in different ways, but that's okay. I think we can. Mayor Pro Tem, how are you feeling?
I'm good with 4.0 or 4.5. I'm not good with if we can't find the amount needed to cut, that we end up having to spend $12,000 to mail something. I'm sorry, I'm not for that.
Agreed.
Yeah, but if you think that we can find that, and I do agree that our expenses have gone off the charts in the last 5-6 years. So that has to be, for all of this to be fixed, it has to be addressed what we're spending.
The attention needs to be, the jarring needs to be inward, Councilmember King. It needs to be here. They tasked us, not out there.
I understand, and I'm not offering that we
You're just
put a
pointing
burden on them with a high millage rate. I'm just trying to get to a ceiling tonight.
I'm ready to go at 4. I'm gritting my teeth at 4.5. I don't think in support of either one of those.
No, and you need a
Councilmember
unanimous vote.
Shoryak?
No, we do not. For tonight's purposes, we don't need a unanimous vote.
No, a majority can vote in a 10.
Oh, okay, all right,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm not polling, but if anybody, I just hope the motion goes through. There is one on the floor, but I want to respect. Councilmember Willis, I think you had expressed, I'd love to be at 4. You just said.
I'd be working for that.
Yeah.
I don't think I can support it at this point.
I understand that. 4.5 is what I think, Mayor Pro Tem, you said, or 4, but you don't want to be mailing.
May I ask a question?
Always.
What, along with this proposed millage, what I think it's important for council to have in mind the timeline for rebuilding reserves, as in how many number of years.
Yep.
I just wanted to have council have that in mind as well.
My thought is we're not going to get this in 1 year, but we absolutely need to have an emergency plan if something happens within the year that looks a little different than coming out of our own bank accounts. Because if it happens tomorrow, we know our situation today. So we are going to need to talk with our largest And then I think we need to move towards sustainably and reasonably replenishing that reserve within 4 years. And I'm not sure the number is as large. And so maybe, I mean, it could be done less. But if we're going to go to that full 2 months of and call operating and personnel every department, it might look more like 5 years or even 6 years, because again, that's going to put it on the taxpayers to replenish what got eroded down across 15, 20 years in a couple of years. So that's my thought, Joey, is 4 years is probably, but that doesn't mean year 0 to 1, you have an emergency plan. Maybe we can have a little bit. At this rate, at these, we absolutely won't. But by year 2, we start putting money in. I'm not sure exactly what it looks like. It doesn't say that you have to be there in year 1, year 2. We were willing to suspend them, so I don't have a problem with just putting an honest approach. And we're in, if we're in violation, we're in violation. That's only as good as the people are upset with us. And I think that's my thought. Any other thoughts on Joey's question? If it was 500,000 on 4 years and we had 2 million and that put us at 17%, I'd be happy with that. I think that could operate critical services for 2 months.
Just for reference, the neighboring city of Cocoa, they have very strong reserve policies. They have a 3-month policy where they assign money basically to not touch it. And they, compared to our 2 months, they have 3 months, and they reference being a coastal community where risk is a little higher for a natural disaster. So just want to...
Cocoa Beach?
I'm sorry, city of Cocoa.
Cocoa.
City of Cocoa.
See, that's interesting. The GFOA, as the city attorney pointed out, we have a more restrictive policy where we allocate the unassigned. That's a whole nother hurdle. Our reserve policy that we were presented was combining the assigned and the unassigned. Unassigned was 0, assigned was a number. So if GFOA says the assigned is sufficient enough to run operations, don't we have some assigned today?
Yes.
Okay, so we're in compliance with GFOA and we're not in compliance with our very strict policy. That is what I would say a need to have, since it's been a policy, but that it was based on the intent of a nice to have. It's a need to have. Don't hear me say anything else, but it's a nice need to have, if that means sense. If crap hit the fan or something bad happened, we have some assigned money we could repurpose to get through.
That is correct.
That's why we heard the GFOA, not this year. You guys are good. You have your 2 months. And so we are jumping on a big hurdle. That's why I don't feel this major urgency to do 2 years worth in 2 years.
To confirm, we have about $500,000 in committed money.
But that's unrestricted. Does that go into the calculation of the 16.7?
It would.
Okay.
So that it would be 500,000 divided by however large our operating expenses are.
Do you have any idea of what the 500,000, what we would have to give up of the committed to, like, that doesn't, okay. Is that, I mean, the committed, is that like ARPA money? A little bit left over, or?
It is made up of, about 50,000 in ARPA, capital equipment renewal and replacement, 385,000. So that is a true.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that's there. Recreation expansion, about 50,000. Police expansion, about 35,000. All that adds up to about 500,000. and that is committed money, which is within, city attorney, please confirm, the committed money is within the council's ability to reassign, basically.
Reallocate if we
Yeah.
have to.
It takes a higher legislative authority, I think. Whoever basically committed it has the authority to uncommit it, is my understanding of it.
Can you elaborate on what the capital equipment is, the 300 and something thousand? What does
Mhm.
that specifically entail?
That would go into any expenses where, to really maintain, for renewal and replacement of capital expenses, capital equipment throughout the city.
See, that's why we heard positive tones, I think, from the auditors. Again, doesn't fix our, when I go back to 2008, I applaud them, but that was just a different time. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. I like it. I think that there was wisdom in it. But to say we are not safe today, or, you know, things are bankrupt, or we're not, that's not what's happening. We are safe today. We actually got a little bit of cash, 500,000, which exceeds any hurricane expense we've ever had, to my knowledge, right there. That's the high. I went back through some of the FEMA. I don't know of any time. So, but if something bigger happens, God forbid, a meteorite or a rocket explodes or something crazy here, a major tsunami, even though we're tsunami ready, or something like that happens, right? You, like, we're going to have bigger
But
problems.
don't we have insurance for such contingencies?
We want the 20%
411,000 we're
unassigned.
paying?
Yeah, and we got insurance. I'm just trying to say, I'm not approaching it like a wild, hair burning, pants on fire, oh my gosh, crazy, right? It's the 20% needs to be restored, the code needs to be respected. But I think if the ones who voted that in were sitting here today, they could not deny that the committed funds and all that was a part of the recommendation, or the GFOA as well. And so either way, 4 years, Joey, I think, and we are probably at the 17.6% or getting, well, if we don't have any assigned.
No, not at this point, but
Okay.
Auditors can use committed in that calculation, or I believe GASB, sorry if I'm confusing, it's GASB or the GFOA language, they call it restricted. It's made up of committed, assigned, and unassigned.
Yep.
So that committed is 500,000 about, but that committed or all of those, which is 500,000, compared to what we're calling our operating expenditures, roughly 18 million now, that 500,000 divided by 18 million is about 3%.
Okay. So we're about 13% off, but we have 13.7% off from what was, and it's mid-year. It's a snapshot. They say you're supposed to determine compliance with this during the budgeting process, which is after the audit. So we'll see where our audit is, but good to know that. We do have control over 500,000 and don't want to have to use that. We want to keep it committed. Is there any other question, Joey, or does anybody else want to talk about that?
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Willis.
On all these calculations you've just been giving us, we're not factoring in the possible $500,000 loan.
That is correct.
Enterprise. Okay.
Mhm.
Good question.
So that's another.
Absolutely. So knowing those resources, Joey, I think as you're looking at the finances of the city, is over the next year, we got our other funds. We might have a little cash. We hope to not have to spend one penny of it. Keep them committed. I'd like to keep wastewater and use it. But the reality is what it is today. And this will be the lowest point I think we've ever been. But it's the first time we actually turned around and started heading in the right direction. And so I think it's going to go like this. And even, no matter what happens with the amendment, we are going to have to rethink, I think, how we fund cities as a whole. But I'll be ready to do that. I'll have one more budget to vote, and I would be totally fine with the millage rate that's proposed. But if it's 4.5, that gives us the comfort, fine. I will support that if that's makes it feel better. I don't think we should push ourselves too much further. So $2.8 million deficit with the motion on the floor right now. I believe we can cut. We got a little bit of money. We got potentially a fund transfer. We can make some decisions that were brought up. We've got partners. We got fees. We got internal ideas. Do we want to stay at the 4?
I'd just go to 4.5, just so we have a little cushion.
That sounds.
So will the council allow me to amend my motion to set the millage rate at 4.50?
Before
general
going through
fund.
those theatrics, does that, we don't have to have everyone. If you genuinely don't feel good about 4.5, you should not support that. I am not thinking that. I can totally live with that at this hour.
Okay, so I amend my motion, and the new motion is to adopt a millage rate of 4.50 for the general fund.
Got a motion to amend. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Shoryak to amend the main motion, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. The main motion was 4.0. The amendment was 4.5. Is there any discussion on the amendment to the main motion? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment to the main motion.
Amendment, Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
Against.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
Against.
The amendment to the main motion, changing it from 4 to 4.5, passes 3-2. Now we're back to the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion on 4.5? City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Jackson.
4.
Councilmember King.
Against.
Mayor Morrison.
4.
Councilmember Shoryak.
4.
And Councilmember Willis.
Against.
Main motion as amended passes 3-2. Yes, thank you. 4.5 even.
Mayor?
What about the library?
Yeah, just a little house cleaning. So obviously the critical issue that took up most of the evening was establishing a proposed millage rate for the general government millage rate. So you have a preliminary decision of 4.5 mil. So what's up now is that the council needs to adopt the resolution. There's a resolution number 2026-09 that needs to incorporate that 4.5 proposed millage. And as you noted, that with respect to the library, there was some discussion, but the resolution already contains a proposed millage of 0.0410. And I haven't heard any discussion about changing that. So Joey would just have to calculate the percent above the rollback rate with respect to the 4.5 general millage rate. In addition, what the council has to do is also decide, and I think you've already decided, but it's needs to be put on the record, that the schedule for proceeding with the millage rate adoption process is set forth in the agenda item. And that schedule is the tentative millage and tentative budget hearings are September 3rd, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. That's the first public hearing, and the second public hearing, which will appear on the notices to taxpayers, is scheduled for September 15th, 2026 at 6 p.m. And that's for final adoption of the final adoption of the millage and the budget.
Okay.
Need a motion from the council to approve the resolution and confirm that that's going to be the schedule, so Joey can submit this information to the tax collector.
Okay, so I just want to make, got it. Are those dates that you cited already in the resolution?
No, they're not in the resolution.
Do they need to be?
They usually are. So, I mean, we can be put into the resolution, just.
If it's legally required, I'm not saying.
Frankly, I prefer to have it in the resolution because it's one document, but, you know, we could simply add another section to the resolution, putting those hearing dates in there, just so it's
Date and time?
Yes, the date and time, that's in the agenda item. It just needs to be, I think, copied into the resolution.
Agenda item. All the flurrying around. You get the actual resolution, though? I somehow fumbled myself up here.
It's in the, it's 2026-09, it's in the,
Oh, I got it.
buried in the package there.
I think I got, yeah, I just misplaced it. Thank you. Okay, so this, well. Okay, it's here in front of us. So before we make that motion to, basically, we, as the city attorney said, we got to that rate. That was just for the general. Joey, are you working, or do you need some more time to calculate what you want to do with the library rate? Are you going to proportionally increase it?
I was planning on having the library rate at that 0.0410 and just keep it at that.
Okay, and we did that one year. It shows up weird on the appraiser. It's like one of them stays the same. But city attorney, is calculation, or will that work okay if we keep it? I just need that number, 0.0410.
Mm-hmm.
Section 3 of the resolution.
And I don't.
Right there up on the screen.
Okay. All right, council, so if we're paying attention, we got basically a couple of dates and confirming these numbers, and then we can, I think, in one motion, adopt this whole resolution. Is that right, city attorney?
Yes, with the changes that reflect the 4.5 general government millage rate, and also section 1 is going to have to be changed because the total millage would be 4.5 plus the library rate would be 4.5410, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the total millage that's being proposed. And then the rollback rate, Joey can calculate after the meeting and throw it into the resolution. It's just a calculation.
Okay, so working from section 1 down, that top section 1, 10 mils needs to go to 4.5410.
Correct.
Section 2 needs to be amended to 4.500.
Correct.
Rollback rate, all that's fine. And then we're not messing with the section 3.0410. And that, where do you want to incorporate the dates? What
And
section?
I would just put the dates in section 4 and make section 4 number 5.
Yes, and those dates are September 3rd, 20, is that right?
September 3rd, 5:30 p.m. and September 15th at 6 p.m.
All right, council. So basically, nothing new on the millage. We just work that through. If we're okay with not changing the library rate, no changes there. We got the 2 dates, September 3rd and the 15th. The 3rd is at 5:30, the 15th at 6, as stated by our city attorney. Are we okay with that? Those changes to this resolution, and our city attorney can, I think, word it. Is that, if so, city attorney, can we just make a motion as discussed?
Please.
Okay, looking for a motion.
Make a motion to adopt resolution number 2026-09 as revised.
I'll second that motion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Shoryak and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Jackson. Any further discussions on the adoption of the resolution 2026-09? City Clerk, was all that clear?
Yes, the resolution is amended?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jackson?
Or,
Councilmember King?
Or,
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Shoryak?
4.
And Councilmember Willis?
4.
All right. Resolution 2026-09 passes 5-0 as amended. And if that is it, I think we will have no pushback on adjourning. I want to touch base. City Manager, is there anything before we do?
Nothing further, Mayor.
City Attorney or City Clerk?
Dates in September?
Yep, we got September 3rd, 2026, 5:30, and then September 15th at 6 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good. Good. Joey, thank you. Sticking with us. Dealing with our questions. Council, any reports? Anything? I know it's been a long one. Thank y'all. Appreciate you all. Okay, with that, meeting adjourned.
Joey, you're used to late nights, aren't you?